Although it was just a small interlude, it had a significant impact on morale. People began to discuss how the creatures in the water had also mutated. Those who hadn't crossed the river yet were fearful, and those who had already crossed felt their confidence in today's operation waver. Helpless, Yue Lei could only order the bridge to be widened so people would feel safe crossing. However, halfway through the crossing, various strange mutant fish, shrimp and crabs suddenly leaped from the water. They looked terrifying and possessed immense strength, splashing water several meters high and nearly scaring a few more people into the river. Almost every squad encountered similar trouble. By the time everyone had crossed, every team was missing a few members due to desertion. Bian Changxi's squad was down to 42 people, a disadvantageous start. Yue Li's face was very dark. He delivered another speech along the lines of "Since we are here, we cannot be deserters and the road ahead is dangerous. Everyone be careful," before waving his hand to lead the team forward. Not long after, they encountered zombies. Bian Changxi pulled Lin Rongrong close to her. Because they were being looked after, their position was near the center of the squad. There were only 3 or 4 zombies ahead, which were quickly dispatched without reaching them. Lin Rongrong whispered, "That scared me to death just now. Luckily, I crossed early. If I had been behind that girl, my legs would have definitely gone soft." Actually, that counts as the first test. That artificial river connects to the outer waterways, so there are more aquatic creatures. But don't look at how fierce those fish and shrimp are. It's good that they can't leave the water. Mutant animals on land are much more dangerous. There must be plenty of rats and cockroaches here. Watch your step and check dark, messy corners. Before she could finish speaking, Bian Changxi felt a commotion inside her backpack. She reached back and patted it, and the backpack finally quieted down. As they went deeper, the number of zombies increased, and the 2 of them had to fight. The squad's composition had a specific ratio. Apart from the 4 military personnel led by Yue Lei, the remaining 38 people included Lin Rongrong, whose space ability was little known, 5 elemental ability users, 2 variant elemental users, and a proportion of physically strong individuals with some fighting experience. Based on this, they were divided into several small groups with pre-planned strategies for encountering small or large numbers of zombies. Bian Changxi and Lin Rongrong were currently grouped with the Chen father and son, along with another man and 2 women, facing 3 zombies. Bian Changxi had gained some insight into using the axe and had her own method for dealing with zombies. She took on 1 zombie alone. Lin Rongrong stood by her side, holding a weighted and lengthened watermelon knife, focusing on sneak attacks from behind and attacking the lower body to disrupt the zombie. Over the past few days, she had learned some simple combat techniques from Xiao Feng and the others, and her movements had become more agile. Her combat awareness was being cultivated. Chen Haitao relied on his speed to circle around a zombie, giving it a stab whenever he could. Father Chen played support, rushing up to smash the zombie wildly whenever Chen Haitao kicked it over, then quickly running away when it got up, handing it back to his son. The father and son duo wore down 1 zombie together. One of the women used to be a martial arts instructor. Her punches and kicks generated wind. Wearing protective gear and boxing gloves, her performance was quite fierce. The other man and woman performed averagely. The 3 of them struggled to deal with 1 zombie. Bian Changxi would always finish her fight and go over to help them slightly, ensuring they passed without danger. This process repeated, leading to a string of victories. Finally, in front of a pharmacy, Yue Li stopped. He organized people to blast a small hole in the rolling shutter door, and Su Chenxi crawled in. Bian Changxi had a thought and signaled Lin Rongrong with her eyes. The 2 of them also slipped in while no one was paying attention. This pharmacy was new on the outside, but old on the inside, showing some history. The interior was large, with medicine cabinets and glass counters filled with various drugs. It looked like it had been waiting to open for business. Su Chenxi saw someone else come in and looked up. Bian Changxi waved her hand and smiled, You first, you first." After speaking, she felt a bit awkward. Was her tone a bit too ingratiating? To think she could give Gu Shu the cold shoulder, but was actually deferring to a space user just because of a space blade. Thinking about it, she felt relieved. The main issue was that she didn't know the other person's character. To be able to release a space blade at this time meant this person's future achievements would be significant if they didn't die young. Even if they didn't become friends, they shouldn't become enemies. Being a bit softer in attitude didn't cost her anything. Su Chengxi nodded slightly, turned her head, and unceremoniously began sweeping the prescription drugs first, followed by the over-the-counter drugs. Impressive, she basically collected cabinet by cabinet, leaving Lin Rongrong dumbfounded. In just a few moments, the major items in the store were basically cleaned out by her. She then sat on a chair with her eyes closed, motionless. Bian Changxi assumed she was finished, so she told Lin Rongrong to start. What remained were mostly supplements, traditional Chinese medicine, and miscellaneous ointments and liquids, nothing very critical. Lin Rongrong didn't know what to prioritize. Bian Changxi suddenly thought of something and tugged at her. Collect the traditional Chinese medicine first. Although Lin Rongrong didn't understand, she did as told. Bian Changxi looked at Lin Rongrong, then at Su Chengxi. She palmed a bottle of American ginseng slices, put her hand behind her back, and with a thought, instantly stored it into the farm's warehouse. Lin Rongrong had no reaction, and neither did Su Chengxi. Theoretically, the more powerful a space user was, the more sensitive they were to space elements. By testing this, she confirmed that Su Chengxi couldn't detect the existence of her farm, which relaxed her. However, she didn't plan to do anything. A small pharmacy wasn't worth her revealing her hand. Suddenly, Su Chengxi extended her hand, and a huge empty cabinet appeared out of thin air. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. Was she organizing the medicines while her eyes were closed? That made sense. Throwing out useless cabinets would maximize the use of her space. Su Chengxi threw out a few more cabinets, stacking them high. Only then did she open her eyes. She looked at Bian Changxi for a while before speaking. "Aren't you a wood element user? You have healing abilities, so why do you need medicine?" Bian Changxi said, "Wood element is mainly for healing flesh wounds and physical injuries. It's useless against diseases, infections, and similar symptoms. Medicine and doctors are indispensable at any time." Su Chengxi nodded and said no more. She stood up and walked around, collecting a few more things that interested her. Lin Rongrong had also scavenged enough. The three of them went out one after another. Lin Rongrong walked at the back, looking thoughtfully at the empty cabinets, a look of determination rising in her eyes. "One day, I will be as strong as her." They continued forward. By past 10 o'clock, the auto repair shop was visible in the distance. People were constantly getting injured along the way. Fortunately, the military had spent great effort yesterday educating everyone, repeatedly emphasizing the consequences of being scratched by zombies. So today, everyone had wrapped themselves up quite tightly and was extra careful when engaging zombies. As a result, no one had been bit. It was all just scratches and ordinary injuries. Pushing open the gate of the auto repair shop, the inside looked like an underground garage. The sheer number of cars was amazing. Although they were second-hand cars, seeing them arranged across 2 levels was still imposing. Yue Li was also pleasantly surprised. Coming here was the right choice. Actually, the organization's main objective was the cars and the gasoline. There were over 100 cars of various sizes here. Although it was a drop in the bucket compared to the number of survivors, it was still a good harvest. Su Chengxi couldn't take all of these alone. He discussed with Su Chengxi for a while, then said to everyone, "Reaching here is everyone's credit. Although I cannot overstep my authority to give the cars to you, everyone can get priority rights. Those who need a car can choose one they like here, note down the license plate, and register with me. After returning, you can exchange equivalent crystal cores or supplies for it." This statement instantly killed everyone's enthusiasm. No matter how many or how good the cars were, they couldn't claim them for themselves. However, having priority rights wasn't bad. Otherwise, with many people and few cars, they might not be able to buy one even with crystal cores and supplies after returning. Most people had come to the new district by bus, or by partnering up, or even by riding motorcycles or bicycles. The demand for private cars was still very high. So, after some discussion, people went up to make their selections. Bian Changxi saw Yue Li hand over the site to his subordinates and quietly leave with Su Chense. They were likely heading for the 4S dealership. That was where the truly good cars were. She was also tempted. Cars were essential magic tools for migration and escape. She currently only had 2 fuel tankers and a motorcycle, which were useless when needed. It was a waste of the farm's massive space. Suddenly, there was a commotion in her backpack, poking her back painfully. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she quietly unzipped it. A fat, round-headed brown mouse swished out, landed on the ground, and stretched fiercely, looking like it had been suffocated. Bian Changxi was both angry and amused. I told you not to come, but you insisted. I told you not to make trouble, but you insisted. What exactly do you want to do? The mouse let out 2 woo-woo sounds to ingratiate itself, then bit Bian Changxi's pant leg and dragged her toward a certain direction. After spending a few days together, Bian Changxi understood this uninvited guest that looked like a mouse. Fat, lazy, gluttonous, with thick skin that could withstand beatings and falls. Despite looking like a mouse, it liked to howl "ow-oh" like a wolf. Moreover, whenever it saw mutant rats, it would roll its eyes to the sky, utterly despising them. Yet, after feeling sorry for itself in front of a mirror for a while, it would become lively again. It was relatively close to Gu Shu, but ignored others, even though Gu Shu had thrown 2 knives at it upon their first meeting. Furthermore, it was particularly clingy to Bian Changxi. It would get angry with Gu Shu, despising him, glaring at him, and turning its butt towards him. But when it came to Bian Changxi, it would act cute, play rogue, and try to please her. Last night, it almost burrowed into her blanket. She had angrily locked it outside the door. Who knew that when she packed her things this morning, she would find it sleeping in her bag, clutching an empty, flattened milk carton that she couldn't pull away no matter how hard she tried. She didn't know how it had gotten in. Bian Changxi strongly suspected it loved clinging to her because she had a lot of milk in her bag. Out of annoyance, she named it Milk. In short, this mouse named Milk. It probably wasn't a mouse, just looked like one, so let's count it as such. Strongly expressed its intimacy with Bian Changxi and its vow to follow her on today's operation to the death. Bian Changxi hadn't failed to suspect its origins. However, facing its shameless, roguelike, carefully ingratiating, teary-eyed appearance, she couldn't harden her heart. Sigh, in my past life, I either offended this fat mouse or my hand slipped and I saved it. Let's not mention it. It's all karmic debt. At this moment, the little guy was dragging her outward forcefully. Bian Changxi was a bit puzzled. Where are you going? Milk let go of her, darted forward several meters, looked in a direction, then turned its head to look at her expectantly. It ran back, then darted out again. This time, it disappeared directly. Bian Changxi hurriedly chased after it, just in time to see it drill into an alley. Its forelimbs dug into the ground as it sprinted. Every leap and landing was extremely agile. Its fluffy brown fur rose and fell, making it look like an expanding and contracting ball of fluff from behind. Truly a mix of heroism and comedy. Bian Changxi thought unkindly while chasing quickly. Although she didn't know what this fat mouse wanted to do, her intuition told her it wouldn't make trouble without reason. Turning a big corner, she arrived behind the repair shop. Several zombie corpses lay on the ground, all with a bloody hole in their foreheads. The traces were very fresh, and the faint smell of gunpowder smoke still lingered in the air. Bian Changxi frowned. Seeing a figure flash ahead, the mouse had already chased after it. She hurriedly shot out a thin vine to bind it and pull it back. SHH. Holding the struggling fat mouse, she quietly approached and peeked into the narrow passage where the figure had entered. She discovered several sneaky shadows. She leaned back against the wall to think. Looking down, she saw Milk's round eyes filled with anxiety, looking at her with wet, pleading eyes. She sighed and flicked its forehead. "You trouble magnet. If you're just messing around, see if I don't deal with you." "Woo-woo," she pointed to another alley not far away. "Go that way." The houses in this area were renovated from original buildings, preserving many large and small alleys. Trees were planted at the alley entrances, which facilitated their movement. Putting the fat mouse on the ground to let it crawl on its own, Bian Changxi drew the pistol Gu Shu gave her for self-defense and crossed the alley. Then, she happened to see Su Chenxi on the opposite side make a slashing motion with her hand, silently cutting the lock of the 4S shop. She and Yue Li then slipped inside. Space blade again. Bian Changxi raised her eyebrows. Space users either had no skills, or if they did, they were basically the kind that made others die of envy. The space blade was considered the most elementary among them, but compared to wind blades or metal blades, it was silent, invisible, colorless, and several times more powerful and useful. But there were gains and losses. As far as she knew, space abilities consumed much more energy than elemental types. Previously, by the river, she had seen that with Su Chenxi's current ability, using the space blade was barely manageable. Yet, she used it again now just to break a door. It was truly strange. Why not ask others for help? Yue Li was a fire type. Wouldn't it be less effort to let him blast it open? She shifted her gaze and saw the 3 or 4 people crouching at the entrance of that narrow passage. It was actually Liu Meng and his group. Judging by their appearance, they were targeting Yue Li and Su Chenxi. Bian Changxi was secretly startled. Those two were military personnel with decent skills. Was Liu Meng crazy? But immediately, she denied this guess. No, their target wasn't the people, but the 4S shop. She looked at the 4S dealership. It had a square facade, embedded with a ring of floor-to-ceiling glass curtain walls. Through the glass, one could vaguely see golden hanging curtains and exquisite, fierce-looking new cars. Anything further inside was unclear. This shop had a very strong modern atmosphere. The decoration was simple and grand, completely out of place with the surrounding environment. Not only that, but the repair shop in front also seemed a bit too large for this small place. Even if the new district was destined to become an important connecting area according to the development trajectory before the apocalypse, such shops and factories shouldn't be hidden in this relatively remote location. Looking at Yue Li and Su Chenxi again, they clearly didn't want to alert others. Could there be some secret inside? She squatted down and poked the fleshy, soft back of Milk's neck, whispering, "Hey, did you drag me here just to watch people hunt for treasure?" The mouse looked around, then stared at Liu Meng's group, scratching its ears and cheeks in anxiety. Suddenly, it let out a fierce squeak-squeak sound. The volume wasn't loud, but the frequency was extremely high, like a sharp knife. Its fur stood on end. Bian Changxi couldn't help but cover her ears. Then, she saw mutant rats drilling out from various corners one after another. Squeak-squeak. Squeak-squeak-squeak. The fat mouse called from the side, and the mutant rats responded from over there. Then, as if receiving a command, the mutant rats opened their red eyes wide, bearing fangs wet with bloody saliva, and charged toward Liu Meng and the 4S shop. Bian Changxi's eyes widened. She had vaguely guessed that with Milk present, other mutant rats wouldn't dare approach casually to a certain extent. That was why she hadn't seen any mutant rats or other mutant animals along the way, and she hadn't found it too strange. But looking at it now, this guy seemed capable of issuing orders to its own kind. Her gaze toward Milk was filled with wonder. Liu Meng and his group were scared half to death by the mutant rats that suddenly popped up. How could they dare to continue camping there? They immediately scattered. Even Yue Li and Su Chenxi, who had already entered the 4S shop, fled moments later. They were chased by a string of mutant rats, looking extremely wretched. Meanwhile, the little fat mouse spread its 4 limbs and flopped limply onto the ground. The sides of its belly puffed in and out. It only had the strength to exhale. Bian Changxi carefully scooped it up. It felt boneless in her hands. Her hand was covered in sweat. Its smooth brown fur felt like it had been soaked in water. It raised its weak eyes, let out a feeble whimper at Bian Changxi, and extended a short claw toward the 4S shop. She sighed helplessly, looked left and right, and sprinted toward the 4S shop. This shop was indeed large. The cars were dazzling, excellent, and high class. Even someone like Bian Changxi, who didn't understand or love cars, felt dazzled. But she didn't stop. Following the mouse's guidance, she walked to a rest room in the back. It was a dark little room. As soon as she entered, she attracted the stares of several pairs of large scarlet eyes. Bian Changxi was startled. Looking closely, she realized they were mutant rats. They looked at Bian Changxi, mainly at Milk in her arms, and hissed low a few times. The sound was unpleasant, but particularly submissive. Then they turned back to gnaw at the floor in the corner. Bian Changxi confirmed that these mutant beasts wouldn't hurt her or Milk, but she didn't dare to be careless. She quietly clicked off the safety of her gun. Then she saw a jagged hole gnawed into the floor, with light faintly shining up from below. No way is there really a hidden treasure underground. Wasn't this a trope only found in martial arts dramas? Bian Changxi felt a bit awkward. Ow! The fat mouse recovered a bit, jumped down from her arms, went to the hole, barked twice at Bian Changxi, and jumped down. Bian Changxi hurriedly stepped forward to look down. She vaguely saw an object land below, immediately jump up, and ow once, as if calling for Bian Changxi to come down quickly. Bian Changxi estimated the height to be about 5 or 6 meters. She grabbed the edge of the hole, lowered her body first, and then let go to drop to the ground. Although her posture was good, the impact still numbed her legs, and she sat on the ground. There was no helping it. Her current physical fitness and strength weren't enough. She looked up and was shocked by the scene before her. This underground space was huge. Retro dim lamps dotted the ceiling and walls. These lights must have had an independent power supply, which was why they were still on. The entire underground area was like a massive exhibition hall. Behind where she stood was a tightly closed door, which should be the formal entrance. In front was a staircase. Holding the cold golden handrail and walking down, she arrived at the main body of this exhibition hall. Looking around, the vast space was filled with cars of various colors. Bian Changxi was secretly shocked. Was this the 4S shop's warehouse? Or a place for VIP customers? She looked up at the ceiling, which was at least 8 meters high. She discovered it was made of refined steel and hung with magnificent chandeliers. Only the hole she came down through revealed cement and wooden planks due to disrepair or something else. Otherwise, a few mutant rats wouldn't have been able to bite through it. Woo-woo. Bian Changxi looked around, overwhelmed. Sports cars, off-road vehicles, trucks, beetles, extended luxury cars. There was even a huge, luxurious RV. Every model was collected here. Moreover, Bian Changxi could tell that all of them had been modified. Yue Li and Su Chenxi must have come for these two, she muttered to herself. No, if that were the case, they wouldn't need to sneak over alone. Woo-woo-woo. Milk's anxious cries came from behind a car. She walked over to look. It was jumping up and down in front of a wall, seemingly trying to reach an electrical switch above. What are you doing? Milk ran over, grabbed her pant leg, dragged her over, and pointed at the switch on the wall, squeaking and wooing. Do you want to turn on the lights? Better not. If the lights go on, people above will notice. Before she could finish, Milk climbed up her pant leg, scrambled onto her shoulder in a few moves, and leaped toward the wall. The switch button was pressed down. Bian Changxi didn't even have time to stop it. However, the situation she anticipated, the chandeliers lighting up brightly, did not happen. Instead, a rectangular outline appeared on the wall. Circuits lit up along the outline, and then, like a mysterious door opening in a sci-fi movie, a section of the wall clicked inward and slid open into the wall. Bian Changxi was greatly alarmed. She retreated 2 meters and hurriedly raised her pistol. Roar roar! A light appeared from behind the wall, and a shadow that seemed to have been waiting behind the door for a long time lunged out immediately. Bang bang bang! Bian Changxi recognized it as a zombie and pulled the trigger without hesitation. However, because she fired in a panic, she didn't hit a vital spot. The bullets only hit the zombie's chest, halting its advance momentarily but failing to bring it down. Bian Changxi hurriedly dodged, grabbed the crossbar of a car's roof rack, and vaulted up. She fired 2 more shots at the zombie. One hit its shoulder, the other missed. Only then did she see the zombie clearly. It was a muscular male zombie. Its entire face had rotted beyond recognition, and its clothes were a mess of flesh and blood stains, but they vaguely looked like a prison uniform. The hair on its massive head was so short it was almost non-existent. Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. Was this guy a prisoner before? Wearing prison clothes, it was very likely he had broken out of jail. She glanced into the door on the wall. Inside was dim and messy, with large pools of blood and remains on the floor. But no other people or zombies came out. While she was thinking, the zombie roared and swung its arm, smashing the car door, seemingly trying to shake Bian Changxi off. Bian Changxi indeed lost her footing and fell, but she fell on the other side of the car. Through the gap under the chassis, she saw the zombie's feet. A heavy sniper rifle instantly appeared in her hands. This was also given to her by Gu Shu. Gu Shu had given her 2 guns in total. A pistol and this heavy sniper. After the escape from the supermarket and the consumption over consecutive days, Gu Shu's firearm resources were running low. Yet he still generously gave her 2. Shadow had also given her his customized pistol. The pistols were easy to carry. Usually, she pretended to keep the heavy sniper in her password-locked suitcase, but in reality, it was always in the farm. Lying prone on the ground, she fired a shot almost without aiming as soon as she took out the heavy sniper. One of the zombie's ankles was blown apart, and it fell to the ground. Bian Changxi scrambled up, went to the zombie, and blew its head off with 1 shot. She let out a soft breath. Having a gun was good. Without it, this massive, strong zombie would have been lethal. Woo-woo. Milk ran over and called to her. This time, Bian Changxi ignored it. Instead, she gave it a cold look, turned around, and walked into the world behind the wall. As soon as she entered, she was surprised. This space was much smaller compared to the exhibition hall outside, about 100 square meters. On the left were goods wrapped in snakeskin bags. On the right were wooden crates stacked high. In the corner was a single bed and a table. On the table were 2 laptops in screensaver mode and some messy parts. The remains were lying in front of the table. Blood was everywhere. She estimated the 2 were partners. Later, the one outside turned into a zombie and ate the other one. What surprised her was that the walls were hung with all kinds of weapons. They were real deal. Firearms and various retro cold weapons. Bows and arrows, crossbows, throwing knives with blood grooves, long and heavy mow blades, all reflecting a mesmerizing halo under the dim light. What on earth was this place? She looked at the goods again and was even more shocked. Inside, the snakeskin bags seemed to be high-explosive plastic explosives, while the wooden crates contained box after box of firearms and ammunition. Connecting this with the prisoner-like zombie outside, she vaguely guessed that this place was a den for a criminal syndicate. The 4S shop above, and even the exhibition hall outside, were just fronts to deceive people. Thinking of this, she felt a chill. If there were still many people gathered here who hadn't turned into zombies, and she had barged in like this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She pursed her lips and went out to look. She couldn't help but feel waves of annoyance. The entry button, what she thought was a light switch, wasn't originally there. It was a metal stand that protruded from the wall. The mechanism to reveal it was on the floor by the wall. The carpet there had been bitten open, and the wooden floor underneath had long been gnawed through by Milk, revealing the clear and intricate mechanical structure. She sneered at Milk, who looked ingratiating and helpless at her feet. "You're really something, using me as a gun. I was really stupid too. Seeing that you're a spirit beast, acting cute and silly so effectively, I actually let down my guard. How could I forget? The more powerful the character, the more dangerous they are, even if it's just an animal." "Woo-woo." Milk shrank back. "Who is your master?" Bian Changxi asked, pausing before laughing again. "I'm really confused. What is there to say to you? Anyway, I don't care what you are or who you are. Go to hell. I'm not playing along with this anymore." She lifted her foot to leave. Milk hurriedly chased after her, trying to bite her pant leg. Bian Changxi kicked it away. She raised her foot, wanting to stomp it to death right there. She endured and endured, finally releasing a long vine to wrap it up like a cocoon, leaving only its mouth and nose to breathe and covering its eyes. Milk let her do as she pleased without resisting. Bian Changxi threw it into the farm, feeling not relieved at all. Looking at the dazzling cars, the piles of explosives, and the firearms that could arm at least a regiment, waves of anger surged in her heart. Suddenly, she began to run. As she ran, she collected the vehicles into the farm. In just a few breaths, the entire exhibition hall was empty. She went into the small room again and took the explosives, firearms, weapons on the wall, the bed, the table, and the computers. Everything that could be taken was taken. She had fired 7 shots earlier. 4 pistol bullets remained in the zombie's body. 1 hit the ground, and 2 heavy sniper rounds passed through the zombie's body and hit the ground. Professionals could glean a lot of information from these ballistic traces. Bian Changxi didn't want to leave a single clue. Grabbing the fire axe, she hacked at the 3 impact points until they were pitted and nothing remained. Then, with great caution, she wiped away the fingerprints left on the switch and the metal handrail. She closed the wall door and returned the switch into the wall. She didn't know if doing this was useful, but she knew she was facing that stinking rat's possible master and a criminal group of unknown identity. It was better to be careful. The only thing left was the zombie corpse. She didn't waste time digging for the crystal core. Enduring the discomfort, she collected it into the farm as well. Then she came under the hole in the ceiling. She rummaged through the farm warehouse for a metal hook tied to a vine. She threw the vine to hook the edge of the hole and climbed up with great difficulty. There was no one outside, but those few mutant beasts were still there. Perhaps because Milk was gone, the deterrent effect on them disappeared. As soon as they saw Bian Changxi come up, they hissed, bared their fangs, and pounced. Bian Changxi supported her body with one arm on the ground, drew the straight blade on her back with the other, and swung it forcefully a few times to force them back. She hurriedly climbed out in one breath. Not bothering to tangle with the mutant beasts, she flew toward the exit. Bad news. There were people killing rats in front of the shop. She peeked and saw it was actually Yue Li and Su Chenxi, along with Liu Meng's gang and some others. She turned on her heel and ran toward the back door. The office had a back door leading to a rear courtyard. Bian Changxi looked left and right to ensure no one was in the yard, took a running start, kicked off the ground to climb the courtyard wall, and jumped down the other side. Phew, she let out a long breath, patted the dust off her clothes, identified the direction, and rapidly left this place of trouble. Bian Changxi circled a long way around. When she returned to the auto repair shop, a great battle was underway. People were being besieged by zombies. She was shocked. Hadn't that stinking rat only lured out a few nests of mutant beasts? How did it attract zombies too? She thought for a moment. It was probably the mutant beasts causing injuries and bleeding among the humans. The scent of blood had attracted nearby zombies. Although this matter didn't start because of her, it was ultimately linked to her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. She saw Lin Rongrong and the Chen father and son struggling to dodge zombies. Seeing an opening, she waved her straight blade, fighting her way to their side. "Are you guys okay?" "Changxi." "Miss Bian." The group was very excited to see Bian Changxi. The woman who had been a martial arts instructor was also there, but the other two men in their group were nowhere to be seen. Lin Rongrong asked Changxi, "Where did you go just now?" "I saw there wasn't much for me to do here, so I walked around. I saw zombies rushing this way, so I hurried back." "Why is it so chaotic? Is no one commanding?" "Captain Yue is nowhere to be found. Mutant rats came into the factory first, scaring everyone out, and then the zombies came." Bian Changxi understood. Yue Li and Su Chenxi were probably still in front of the 4S shop. The fighting sounds from there just now must have been them. She looked around. Lin Rongrong and the others were hiding in an alley between two buildings. It was a dead end. Behind them was a wall, and the depth was only 7 or 8 meters. If more zombies came, they wouldn't be able to escape. The repair shop was just across the street, but the street was wide, and there were 7 or 8 zombies on the route. There were also zombies inside the repair shop. "We can't stay here. We have to go back to the repair shop. The doors there are thick. Closing them can hold off the zombies for a while." Bian Changxi pretended to take a submachine gun out of her bag, held it in her hands, and shouted to the 4 of them, "Follow me closely." As she spoke, she fired 2 shots, taking down 2 zombies. The people opposite those 2 zombies were stunned. Seeing Bian Changxi holding a gun, instinct drove them to run toward her. She shouted loudly, "Don't block my line of fire." Back to the repair shop. She took large strides. Her steps were fast and steady, and her marksmanship was accurate. Although not every shot was a headshot, she knocked down 4 zombies in an instant. She didn't shoot the rest because the angle was wrong, and she feared injuring people. Arriving at the repair shop entrance, she saw 4 or 5 zombies inside. Several people had already fallen on the ground. Those who could still move were playing hide-and-seek among the vehicles, relying on human agility to dodge the zombies' life-claiming claws and teeth. "Everyone hide. Get down." Bian Changxi shouted while adjusting her position and sending bullets out. She wasn't spraying fire but firing in bursts. 2 or 3 shots per zombie were basically enough. This saved ammo and avoided accidental injury. Seeing the zombies down, she said to Lin Rongrong and the others, "Go check. Cut off the heads of those dead or alive. Take note of who has been bit." Then she went to the main gate, calling for everyone still outside to come back while she stood guard to provide cover. Seeing that people from near and far had returned and the zombies were increasing, the survivors shouted to close the doors. 2 soldiers from the military blocked the door. "We can't close it. Captain Yu, A and Miss Su haven't returned yet." Bian Changxi was still firing. This submachine gun was standard military issue, formerly Shadow's treasure. Its magazine capacity was larger than ordinary ones, but after such expenditure, she had emptied 1 magazine. The one in her hand was the last magazine. If she used it up, the pistol's power wasn't enough, and the heavy sniper's recoil was too strong for rapid fire. Otherwise, she would have to use the crates of guns from the 4S shop, which she didn't even know worked yet. Looking at the wolf-like and tiger-like zombies ahead, she said without turning her head, "Close the door." Almost everyone in the repair shop had been pulled back by her. Hearing her say this, they rushed up eagerly. The 2 soldiers raised their guns. "Who dares to close the door?" "Motherfucker. Where were you when you had guns just now? Only caring about your own escape. You didn't use the guns to deal with zombies, but now you point them at us." The people's emotions flared. After the recent ordeal, the untrained members of the squad had gone from over 30 down to a little over 20. Danger and death had ignited their bloodlust. Now, they were even fiercer than when facing zombies. Moreover, because the repair shop contained people from other squads mixed in, standing together made them look menacing. Not a single one of them cared about the life or death of some captain or miss. They glared at the two soldiers, eyes like copper bells and faces flushed red, as if they would tear them to shreds if they blocked the way any longer. The two soldiers swallowed hard. If something happens to Captain Yue, you won't escape blame when we get back. Blame my ass. We're about to lose our lives right now. A hot-tempered person retorted directly. One soldier, in a moment of desperation, pressed the muzzle of his gun directly against Bian Changxi's head. Tell them to stop making trouble. The door absolutely cannot be closed. We must wait for Captain Yue. They are already on their way. Bian Changxi glanced at the walkie-talkie in his hand out of the corner of her eye and sneered. Closing one door first should be fine, right? Leaving one door open. With your Captain Yue's build, he should be able to squeeze in, right? As she spoke, Yue Li and Su Chenxi appeared at the intersection, followed by quite a few people, including Liu Meng. The soldier shouted happily, Captain Yue, Miss Su, over here. Bian Changxi snorted coldly, hurriedly shot down a few zombies, and welcomed these people in. The repair shop quickly closed the main gates with a boom, inserted thick iron bars, and drove two heavy trucks to block them. The zombies outside banged ceaselessly against the gates, making loud noises. The gates soon deformed. The two soldiers, mainly the one who had just pointed a gun at Bian Changxi, changed their demeanor instantly, becoming incredibly obsequious. They surrounded Yue Li and Su Chenxi, asking after their well-being, asking if the captain was injured, and explaining how they were helpless to assist just now. Bian Changxi wanted to vomit. If nothing had happened, who would have known that this person in camouflage uniform, looking serious and upright, was such trash? For Yue Li to have such a person by his side meant either he had no status himself or he was blind. She rotated her ankle, which was sore from squatting too long. Holding the submachine gun in reverse, she walked up to the soldier and used the gun like a club, sweeping it across his face. The soldier collapsed to the ground, his mouth splitting open to spit out a mouthful of bloody foam and several teeth. The crowd was in an uproar. Yue Li was feeling dejected. He had just entered the 4S shop and hadn't done a single thing he was supposed to do before being chased out by a swarm of rats. He was nearly killed by zombies. Just considering the casualties in his squad, he would definitely face disciplinary action upon return. He thought it would be a relatively easy mission. Who knew? While he was annoyed, the guard assigned by the commander was chattering in front of him, making him even more irritated. He was about to lose his temper when his vision went dark for a moment. The guard collapsed. He looked up and saw a cold, fierce face. He was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Bian Changxi, what are you doing? Bian Changxi stepped on the soldier with one foot, pressed the submachine gun against his forehead, and turned her head to say, "What am I doing?" I think everyone in this repair shop is very willing to tell you why. As a soldier, at this time and place, since you hold a gun and possess the authority to command the people, you should shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. Not protecting them is one thing. Caring only for your own life is one thing. But daring to shout orders, selfishly, and endanger people's safety in return. That's fine too. But he absolutely should not have pointed a gun at my head. People who dare to point a gun at me never have a good ending. As she said the last sentence, her eyes turned toward Liu Meng. Liu Meng's group originally had several people, unknown in number, but now only 4 remained. The thin, small man who used to follow Zhang, who was also there. Since they came in, they had been staring at her with unfriendly eyes, especially that thin, small one. He was muttering while looking at her, his eyes flashing with malice and schadenfreude. Simply absurd. Discussing revenge, were they? Fine. Since we're enemies, I don't need to hide it or put on a nice face. I'll lay out my pieces plainly. Come if you have the skill. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That thin, small man shivered under Bian Changxi's murderous gaze. Seeming to remember something, his face turned pale, and he leaned behind Liu Meng. Liu Meng's gaze toward Bian Changxi changed, as if he was finally taking this person seriously. He actually nodded in agreement. Well said. People who take power but don't do the work are trash. Miss Bian, right? My men and I survived thanks to you. I thank you here first. If we make it out alive today, I will definitely thank you properly again. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow, glanced at him, and said nothing. Su Chenxi suddenly spoke up. Who are you? You followed Captain Yu, A and me, dragging us down with ill intentions. We haven't pursued that yet, but you jumped out first. Liu Meng smiled without humor, but didn't continue speaking. Su Chenxi said to Bian Changxi again, Little Shu is a sergeant after all, not an ordinary person. By stepping on him like this, where are you placing the military's dignity? Liu Meng might be afraid of her, but Bian Changxi might not be. Back at the pharmacy, she had been polite based on the principle of leaving a way out and making friends rather than enemies. But at this moment, how could she not retort? She looked at Su Chenxi's pale face. Her eyes were superficially cold as water, but underneath flashed a faint anger. She laughed. What you said is wrong. Dignity isn't given by others. If the army can safely protect hundreds of thousands of people, then needless to say, everyone will willingly submit. Otherwise, raising however many sergeants like this is nothing more than a mob. The anger in Su Chenxi's eyes grew a fraction stronger, while Bian Changxi's mood improved slightly. Fearing trouble, Lin Rongrong hurried over to pull her away. All right, say a little less. Anyway, in front of zombies, there's no distinction between sergeant and civilian. Is it worth shouting about killing and fighting yourself? Bian Changxi let herself be pulled away and sat in the area with Lin Rongrong and the Chen father and son. Chen Haitao gave her a thumbs up and whispered, too cool. Bian Changxi smiled faintly. Father Chen said, this isn't very good. Looks, both Yue Li and the other one look unhappy. They are from the military after all. If they take revenge. Chen Haitao said, Dad, you forgot. Isn't Captain Gu also from the military? His rank is much higher than that Yue Li. Who's afraid of whom is not certain yet. Although he said this, he didn't continue the topic. Lin Rongrong took out 5 white cores. These were dug out from the brains of those 5 zombies. Bian Changxi didn't refuse and took them. Killing so many zombies only to get 5 white cores was a loss. Adding the ones she fought along the way, she had only harvested 14 white cores today. She asked, you guys aren't injured, right? None of us, but quite a few others are injured. Lin Rongrong quietly pointed. Will they turn into zombies? Should we isolate them? Bian Changxi shook her head. We shouldn't manage this matter. Now that Yue Li is here, it's not our place to speak. Otherwise, we'll really be targeted. Stay away from those people and be on guard. At this moment, the martial arts instructor who was still staying with them leaned over and asked, are we just going to hide here? With so many zombies outside, they will break in eventually. This woman was named Han Lei, in her 30s. She spoke and acted cleanly and efficiently, had great strength, and possessed decent skills. Bian Changxi had a good impression of her. She replied, don't worry. Yue Li is so calm. He must have already called for help. We just need to wait here peacefully. While waiting, they ate some food. Most people hadn't eaten since morning. In the rout, most people's bags had been dropped. Bian Changxi, however, never let her bag leave her body, so she contributed somewhat indifferently. With the farm as backup, she was quite generous with supplies, especially food. Of course, generosity didn't mean wastefulness or being a saint. She only shared with Lin Rongrong, the Chen father and son, and Han Li, whom she found agreeable. As for the others, sorry, she didn't know them. Listening to Lin Rongrong, she learned that when the mutant rats appeared, nothing much had happened initially. Although everyone was rooted, they could handle it individually. But one idiot, covered in wounds and bleeding all over, had a mental breakdown and ran out regardless of everything. People couldn't even take care of themselves. Who would care about him? They thought that separating from the team at this time meant certain death for that guy. But the bad part was, a few minutes later, that person not only didn't die but ran back screaming, followed by a string of zombies. That was when things really went south. Following that, several surrounding squads were attacked, and the situation spiraled out of control. When Bian Changxi returned, the zombie war had actually just begun. Bian Changxi nibbled on a Danone biscuit and nodded. Without training, their psychological quality is too fragile. Don't look at these people as having passed the initial screening. They are still no match for zombies. Chen Haitao scratched his head. He counted as experienced, but in that situation, he hadn't done much either. Mainly, there were too many zombies. Dealing with one risked attracting several more, so he could only hide. Han Li said, thanks to Miss Bian. These people should thank you. Not necessarily, and I don't need thanks, Bian Changxi said half-jokingly. I just extended a hand, slightly, under the premise of not harming my own interests. Not doing even that would be too sinister. It would shorten my life. This was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that this incident was somewhat related to her after all. Not doing something would make her uneasy. Otherwise, she could have taken Lin wrong and the others far away from this area back then, and they wouldn't be surrounded by zombies here, waiting for so-called rescue. She strongly disliked this kind of powerless method and uncontrollable situation. Fortunately, the rescue came quickly. Not long after, when the first person in the repair shop began showing signs of zombification and the main gate was breached, Bian Changxi vaguely heard the sound of helicopter rotors slicing through the air in the sky. That sound of breaking airflow went from distant to near, gradually becoming clear and powerful. Then, gunshots and zombie howls came from outside. They're here. Someone is here to save us. The people became excited. When the chaos outside subsided, someone knocked on the repair shop door. Is anyone inside? Is Captain Yu there? Everyone was overjoyed. They hurriedly moved the blocking vehicles and opened the two heavy doors. Outside were several soldiers wearing camouflage combat uniforms. More people were cleaning up the battlefield, mainly digging for zombie crystal cores. The crowd saw zombie remains scattered everywhere, interspersed with human corpses. Blood and internal organs formed black and red spots on the walls, and a choking smell permeated the air. Bian Changxi originally planned to wait for everyone to leave before going out herself to avoid the crowd. However, the crowd jammed at the entrance. At the very front, Yue Li uttered a sound. Captain Gu. MN. A low, deep voice. It was clearly a single syllable, the kind hard to vocalize, yet it gave an incredibly clear and tough feeling. It was as if a powerful hand had opened in the air, instantly gripping everyone's senses and thoughts. Have you seen Miss Bian? The voice continued. Then the crowd parted to both sides, clearing a path down the middle, revealing the tall figure standing at the door on the other end. For a moment, Bian Changxi felt it was very unreal. Such a scene seemed like something that would only appear in movies or TV dramas. The male and female leads, or two people with deep bonds who had been separated for a long time, looking at each other across the crowd, approaching each other through the crowd, just like two hearts drawing close. A warm, moving, and soul-stirring scene. Watching Gu Shu approach, she inexplicably recalled that unhappy parting in her past life. He had thrown out a sentence. Ju Yunhwa is not a good thing. You will regret it. The almost desperate voice echoed in the air, accompanying her for many, many years. Through countless sunrises and moonsets, in the quiet of the night, she asked herself, do I regret it? She didn't dare to think about it. She was good at deceiving herself. I'm living very well. He's doing fine too. There is no one left around me to distract me, and the people around him are all stronger, more capable, gentler, and more beautiful than me. It wasn't until the moment of her death that she vaguely tasted the helplessness and pleading in that sentence, that she dared to indulge herself in thinking about it. If I had stayed by his side back then, what would the ending have been? There are no ifs in everything, yet everything now had an if. Fate gave her a chance to start over, gave them a destiny they didn't have in the past life. Yet she still dared not do anything, hypnotizing herself that he was just the most ordinary of old acquaintances, escaping and retreating like this. She composed herself and looked up at him. "Why are you here?" He had put on a military uniform. The straight lines of the dark green outfit accentuated his tall and upright stature, revealing an indescribable rigor amidst his composure. His chiseled face was slightly taut under the sunlight. His thick, heroic sword brows seemed ready to fly up into the sky at any moment. His pace was even and calm, his gestures powerful and resonant, fully displaying his masculinity. Like a majestic and awe-inspiring wave crashing fiercely against a reef. It made hearts surge with emotion. The nearby women were all stunned for a moment. Bian Changxi was also stunned for a moment after seeing him clearly. Fortunately, she had seen Gu Shu at his most majestic and dazzling moments before, so she recovered quickly. She smiled and said, "You look really formal today." Seeing she was still in the mood to joke, Gu Shu relaxed slightly. He took off his earpiece and said, "I called you but you didn't answer." "I happened to be free, so I came to take a look personally." "Free? Like this?" Bian Changxi naturally didn't believe it. Mixed feelings surged in her heart. Gu Shu asked, "Are you all okay?" Lin Rongrong and the others hurriedly shook their heads blankly. We're fine. That's good." The aura he had just exuded retracted, and he returned to looking like an ordinary person from before. However, even so, he was born good-looking, and his figure was magnificent and handsome. His overall temperament was perfectly set off by the military uniform. It was simply hard to look away. "Rest for a while first. They are still clearing the zombies on the periphery outside. Once it's over, we can go back." As Gu Shu spoke, Yue Li walked over and signaled for a private word. The two walked to the side. Bian Changxi noticed that as Gu Shu listened, he became more silent. His expression looked a bit off, and light and shadow flickered in his eyes, making it impossible to distinguish what they represented. If she didn't know him reasonably well, she wouldn't have even noticed the micro changes in his expression. After a moment, someone finally turned into a zombie, and both of them rushed over to handle it. It was quite a while before Gu Shu returned. "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind." Seeing that Gu Shu's expression was indeed less relaxed than before, Bian Changxi asked seemingly casually. Gu Shu looked at her and sat down to the side. "The appearance of the mutant rats is strange. Captain Yue wants me to help investigate the source. However, when I was in area earlier, I vaguely heard about the discovery of some underground space. Do you know anything about this?" Bian Changxi's heart skipped a beat. "Why ask about this? I'm a bit concerned." Bian Changxi secretly observed his expression. After hesitating for a moment, she recounted the abnormal behavior of Yue Li and Su Chenxi, as well as the actions of Liu Meng and the others, naturally omitting her own part. "As for whether there is any underground space, I don't know either." The more Gu Shu listened, the graver his expression became. After pondering briefly, he stood up and said, "Don't mention this matter to anyone else. You guys rest here. I'll go over and take a look." Seeing him leave in a hurry, the fog of suspicion and unease in Bian Changxi's heart grew larger. Did she unknowingly poke another hornet's nest? What Gu Shu discovered in that empty underground exhibition hall, Bian Changxi didn't know. On the way back, she, Lin Rongrong, and the Chen father and son rode in Gu Shu's car. Han Li was only a partner for half a day and didn't live with them, so naturally, they went separate ways. The atmosphere inside the car was heavy. To avoid overcrowding, Gu Shu sent the military-assigned driver to be arranged by Yue Li and drove the car himself. Bian Changxi sat in the passenger seat, stealing glances at him. His brows were slightly furrowed. His fingers gripped the steering wheel, his well-proportioned and good-looking knuckles distinct. She rubbed her forehead in distress, letting out a sigh in her heart. The artificial river, which originally had no bridge, had been filled in to create a wide road surface that cars could drive over freely. Because people returning from the mission needed a physical examination to ensure they weren't infected by zombies, Gu Shu dropped the 4 of them at the inspection point and then drove away. He was extremely busy now. After the inspection, the 4 returned to their residence. They still lived in the same building, but the difference was that the surrounding area had been cleared and encompassed by the military, becoming the military's base camp. They were in the mid-outer zone of the base camp, which counted as a platinum location. It was one of the safest and most orderly places in the entire new district. Others couldn't enter even if they wanted to, or rather, those who were here before had been driven elsewhere. From a distance at the street corner, they saw Uncle Chen and Mother Chen waiting eagerly. Chen Haitao and his father rushed over impatiently. Lin Rongrong sighed, "So nice. Why is no one waiting for me? Isn't it the same for me?" Bian Changxi replied smoothly. Lin Rongrong glanced at her sideways. "You? Come on, who couldn't tell that Captain Gu made a special trip for you? You got a special pickup and drop-off, and you're still not satisfied." Bian Changxi was rendered speechless and instantly felt more irritable. Downstairs, she got some water to wash her hands and face, then headed upstairs. "I'm going to rest for a bit." Lin Rongrong chased after her, stomping up the stairs. "You forgot the traditional Chinese medicine you asked me to carry." "Here. I can't use it anyway. Take it all." She pulled out many medicine packets and pots from her space until she couldn't hold any more, dumping them all onto Bian Changxi's bed. "What do you want these things for? They're hard to carry, and with current conditions, even brewing medicine is a hassle." "I have my reasons." Bian Changxi pushed her out the door. Locking it, she looked at the bed full of stuff and sighed. She didn't process them immediately. Instead, she lay on the window of the 4th floor, looking down at the streets of the new district. The new district was lively now. Many people had nowhere to live, so tents were pitched by the roadside. People would fight tooth and nail for a palm-sized spot of sunny or shady ground. Complaints and arguments were everywhere. Organized small gangs began to carve out their territories, secretly bullying others. Sometimes, small-scale armed conflicts would even occur. However, military personnel would always arrive aggressively to handle those situations. But in the area beneath her feet, military vehicles drove in and out. Occasionally, soldiers in camouflage uniforms ran past hurriedly. The sounds of attention and at ease could always silence a certain area. Overall, it was relatively harmonious. Bian Changxi's mind was indifferent. She looked up to welcome the pouring sunlight. Her face quickly became hot from the sun, and her head felt a bit dizzy. She gazed at the bright light reflected by distant tall buildings, gazed at the boundless sky. Her thoughts drifted up and down. After a long while, she gently took out a photo. In it, a tall and handsome youth stood holding an umbrella. His shirt was white as snow, and his glowing smile reached the bottom of his eyes, beautiful beyond this world. This was taken when she and Bai Heng went on a trip during their 2nd year of high school. Young love was always so pure and innocent. They grew up playing together, moving from friendship to definite love. They thought they could be together for a lifetime, agreeing to travel the mountains and rivers, strolling under the misty willows. The result was that in less than a year, her parents died, Bai Heng was forced away, and she was left alone in this place. And she would always be alone. The world ended. Everyone changed, and she changed too. She became cold, snobbish, numb. To survive, she could sacrifice everything, including marriage. Her hypocritical and heartless self felt that even thinking about this photo and this person was an insult. But this was the only beauty and expectation she retained of this human world, reminding her that she too had once been young, happy, and warm. Living again, she had decided not to compromise with anything or anyone, and not to give up this pure land in her heart. To live well, to think of him well, and to survive together with him, separated by an ocean. Things change, but she wanted to protect this feeling forever. But Bian Changxi's gaze became bewildered. If I told you that I might have fallen for someone else, would you be sad? But Aheng, how can people be so fickle? I clearly swore solemnly, clearly swore with my life, clearly I'm still thinking of you. So how could I fit someone else into my heart? Bian Changxi couldn't sort out her thoughts. Her mind was a tangled mess, like she had walked into a dead-end alley. In the end, she could only shake her head and force herself to stop thinking about it. In the apocalypse, talking about feelings was a luxury. Survival was the only thing that mattered. She pulled herself together, turned, and carried a set of bedding into the farm. Inside the farm, small bean sprout-like seedlings had already begun to emerge from the soil. 3 days ago, she had planted cabbage, edamame, and other vegetables. 3 days outside was just over 2 days inside. The seedlings were thin and small, incredibly tender and cute, adding a touch of life to the dark earth. Bian Changxi squatted down to observe them for a while, then walked over to the small stream and strolled along its bank. The apple, orange, and other fruit trees showed no signs of activity. At this rate, it would be years before she could eat any fruit. Meanwhile, fresh food in the outside world was becoming scarcer. The dozen or so people in their group hadn't had any vegetables since yesterday, and their fruit reserves were about to run out. Living on dried meat, crackers, and bread every day meant they wouldn't starve, but there was no quality of life to speak of. She thought for a moment, then retrieved a bag of crystal cores from the warehouse and poured them all into the stream. This was the payment Gu Shu had given her. She only poured a little over half of them into the farm, saving the rest for emergencies. Everyone knew she had this many crystal cores, and it would be suspicious if she couldn't produce them when needed. But now, she decided that accelerating the time in the farm was more important. She watched the fish and shrimp swimming happily in the water for a while longer, then inspected the dozen or so chickens and ducks in the crude coop. They seemed to be in good spirits, but they didn't have much to eat. They were pecking fiercely at the dirt, clucking and quacking at her out of hunger. She touched her nose in embarrassment. How could she have forgotten? Aside from pulling up some grass for them when she first brought them in, she hadn't fed them at all. These were her breeding stock of chickens and ducks. They were incredibly important. She searched around, but there was nothing suitable for feed in the farm or the warehouse. The fish and shrimp in the stream weren't big enough yet. Fresh fish was even rarer than meat, and she was reluctant to use them. She had no choice but to scoop out a few bowls of white rice she had cooked back at the apartment. She chopped up some sausage, marinated eggs, and canned goods, mixing them with the rice to make chicken feed. As she fed them, she muttered, "You're eating better than people right now. You'd better work hard and lay some eggs for me soon, so we can hatch the next generation. And then I'll slaughter you all." Seeing them eat happily, Bian Changxi felt relieved. She marked out an area in a corner of the black soil and brought over the Chinese medicinal herbs. She selected the important and practical ones and buried them in the earth. Although these herbs had been processed and were shriveled and dry, the black soil was magical. Perhaps they could still grow. Just as she had thought, medicine and a medical system were indispensable at any time. After humanity experienced this catastrophe, most medicines would surely be lost. She remembered from her past life that a medicine shortage had appeared just a few months into the apocalypse. By the 6-month mark, basically all medicine was gone. With everything in ruins, the survivors' rebuilding efforts were focused on construction, food, and understanding this new world. They had little energy to produce medicine, and industrial production had been hit hard. Western medicine wasn't something that could be made casually. In comparison, Chinese medicine, which could be grown, became extremely important. Of course, as the environment and humanity changed, so did the human body and the types of injuries people sustained. Old medicines were no longer as effective on the people of the future. But newly grown Chinese herbs would also undergo some mutations to meet people's needs, keeping pace with the times. In this way, the fact that things grown in the farm didn't mutate, which was originally an advantage, would become a shortcoming. But Bian Changxi figured she could at least preserve some seeds for now. It wasn't much trouble anyway. In a short while, she finished planting the herbs. Looking at the still empty black soil, she thought that she would need to plant rice soon. There were only a few pounds of rice left in the warehouse, and she was about to run out of cooked rice too. Speaking of rice, she felt hungry again. She washed herself in the stream, changed into clean clothes, and made a bowl of rice, eating it warmly with canned beef and egg drop soup. Yes, I need to get the kitchen set up as soon as possible. Otherwise, it's inconvenient to cook for myself. I have all the necessary utensils. All I'm missing is a generator. A solar-powered one would be best. The sunlight in the space should be able to generate electricity. Squeak, squeak. The weak cry of an animal brought her back to her senses. She turned her head. Oh, she had almost forgotten. There was a hamster wrapped up like a cocoon in the corner of the farm. She sauntered over, bent down to look at it for a moment, and gave it a kick. You stinky rat, you still have the nerve to cry. If you had been obedient and not tricked me, you could be eating with me right now. I would have fattened you up, let you bathe in the stream until you were clean and soft. Wouldn't that be better than your current state? You ungrateful little thing. Squeak, squeak. The fat rat couldn't see, and its limbs were bound. Its exposed mouth twitched, its little whiskers quivered, and its voice was soft and pitiful. Bian Changxi sighed, opened one of her few cartons of milk, and placed it in front of the rat. She also set down her unfinished can of beef. Eat up. I can't let you starve to death. But don't think I'll let you go until I figure out your origins and purpose. She figured this fat rat must have been sent by someone. After such a major incident, the person behind it should be making a move soon. She would just wait and see, ready to act when the time was right. However, since she had already taken those explosives and munitions, no one could make her give them back. Speaking of which, she remembered she hadn't confirmed if those things were usable. She hurried to the warehouse to check. The results proved that the munitions were all usable. The guns were high quality, no worse than the ones Gu Shu had given her, and there were many full boxes of ammunition, more than enough. As for the gunpowder, she wasn't sure how to use it and didn't dare to test it in the farm. But since the firearms were real, the gunpowder was probably real too. The cold weapons were also exquisitely made and practical, clearly deadly weapons, and not just decorations. She also found some injections. She seemed to have seen this type of injection with Gu Shu before, but didn't know what they were for. Apart from a few items with labels and instructions, there were no markings on anything. When she opened the two laptops, the screens were filled with garbled code, making them completely unusable. With no clues, Bian Changxi had to put it aside for later. She set aside a small portion of each type of medicinal herb and took the rest out with her. After all, she couldn't have so many things vanish from her possession out of thin air. As long as they could be grown, a small portion was enough for her to use lavishly. If they couldn't, having more was useless anyway. It was an hour later when she left the farm. She was happy to find that she didn't feel any discomfort after staying inside for so long. She fell onto the bed, tried to clear her mind, and slowly drifted off to sleep. When she woke up, it was evening. Mother Chen was downstairs calling her for dinner. Coming. She took a sip of water to wet her throat, rubbed her face with her hands, put on a jacket and shoes, and went downstairs. Not everyone was there. Besides the 4 members of the Chen family and Lin Rongrong, only Gu Shu and Xiao Feng were present. The 2 of them were standing at the door talking about something, and the atmosphere was not relaxed. Seeing Gu Shu, Bian Changxi felt a little awkward. But she wasn't some young girl obsessed with romance. She quickly composed herself and continued down the stairs, as if nothing was wrong. "I'll be going then." Xiaofeng looked up at Bian Changxi, nodded, and said to Gu Shu. Then he grabbed a pack of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water and left in a hurry. Bian Changxi paused her steps and asked Gu Shu, "Xiaofeng seems to be in a rush. Is he busy?" Gu Shu nodded. "The army sent people back to the city to get supplies this morning. You know about that, right?" "I know. It seems they left at the same time we went to District B. That operation was much larger, wasn't it? What's wrong? Is there trouble?" Bian Changxi said. She knew the army had organized a trip back to the city, as that was where the bulk of the supplies were. With 400,000 to 500,000 survivors in the new district, and the number growing wildly every day, the demand for supplies was enormous. Although on the surface, the army was only responsible for management and protection, and survivors were expected to be self-sufficient, the army would still have to step in if people couldn't get enough to eat. Otherwise, a riot of several 100,000 people would be a real spectacle. To solve the problem, they needed reserves. Of course, the best solution was to encourage people to be self-sufficient. So, the first thing the army did was organize people to collect supplies. The trip to District B was a small-scale affair. The one to the city was the major operation. After all, Bian Changxi's group wasn't under severe survival pressure, so they only went to District B and didn't participate in the city operation. Gu Shu said the plan was to be back before 3 in the afternoon. But just half an hour ago, only a small group returned, almost all of them injured, completely rooted. He took off his military jacket and loosened the collar of his white shirt underneath. The weather was hot, and many people were sweating in short sleeves, but Gu Shu looked quite refreshed. Only his forehead and collar were slightly damp with sweat. The action of loosening his collar looked very handsome on him, without any of the roughness typical of a soldier. More people are trickling back. The military has already sent people out to provide support. Xiaofeng went to help. Bian Changxi blinked. Wasn't there a distress signal before? They said they sent one, but the distance was probably too great for the military headquarters to receive it. They could receive signals from District B, but not from the city. It seemed the military's communication systems were starting to fail. Have the zombies in the city gotten stronger? It seemed so. Perhaps because of her guilty conscience, Bian Changxi couldn't help but ask about the basement of the 4S dealership. At the mention of this, Gu Shu's expression became even more solemn. There was a showroom down there, but it was probably just a front. I suspect it was a base for an arms smuggling ring. That serious? Bian Changxi's brow twitched. So the military sent Yue Lai and the other guy to investigate. Where would they find the energy for that? They just heard a rumor there was good stuff down there and wanted to grab what they could. Gu Shu smiled, a hint of imperceptible disdain in his tone. Indeed, such a sneaky operation did tarnish the military's prestige. But after he finished speaking, his brow remained furrowed, as if something was troubling him. Bian Changxi knew this wasn't over. She asked tentatively, "You seem very concerned about this matter." Gu Shu said, "We were on a mission before the apocalypse. I suspect that showroom is a clue." He sighed. Unfortunately, it was completely empty. There's nothing to investigate. Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes and probed further. It's the apocalypse now anyway. There's no point in continuing old missions, right? Gu Shu was silent for a moment. Just as Bian Changxi thought she had touched on a classified subject and crossed a line, she heard him reply in a low voice, "It's not about continuing the mission. It's just that some things need to be understood." Although his tone was light, Bian Changxi could hear the cold resolve and determination within it. She silently lowered her head, hiding the emotion in her eyes. As night fell, 2 figures quietly slipped out from the main gate and vanished into the darkness. Perhaps because she had slept too much during the day, Bian Changxi was quite alert as she lay in bed. She shot up, went to the window, and peered out. After a moment's thought, she used her vines to hook onto the drain pipe and silently climbed down. If her skills were poor, there was no way she could have slipped out like this without alerting the experts in the building. Fortunately, with more survivors nearby, there was more gossip and noise, and it wasn't very quiet even late at night. Furthermore, Xiao Feng and Wu Dalang, who were on military business, hadn't returned for the night. Xiao Yun had gone out to socialize and was also staying out. Even Gu Pei seemed to have left and not come back. She guessed the two who had just left were Gu Shu and Shadow, which meant there was no one in the entire building more skilled than her. This was also because the army had arrived and set up their main camp nearby, making the area much safer than a few days ago. There was no need for a night watch at all. Thus, she landed on the ground without alerting anyone and followed the two figures. After following them for a distance, she realized they were indeed heading to District B, and in District B, there could only be one destination. Both of them had abilities, with enhanced night vision and senses, so she didn't dare to follow any closer. She wrestled with herself for a moment, then gritted her teeth and took a longer, roundabout route. Meanwhile, Gu Shu moved forward under the cover of night, his sharp, hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings. He concealed his presence so well it was undetectable. He expertly avoided both people and zombies. Even when he came face to face with a zombie, he and Shadow could eliminate it in an instant. The two of them were like silent bayonets, reaping obstacles as they advanced. In truth, Gu Shu was not as calm as he appeared. A clue to his pre-apocalypse mission had resurfaced. While his four comrades were merely surprised for a moment before letting it go, he couldn't be so relaxed. He knew more, and the weight of that knowledge was heavier. Before they set out, the chief had called him in alone, dismissed everyone else, and set aside all his work. He had stared at Gu Shu with a complex expression. Gu Shu knew then that this was no simple matter. Prepare thoroughly and leave as soon as possible. Return immediately upon completing the mission. If, by any chance, an accident occurs before then, I order you not to return to the capital for 1 year. Gu Shu was baffled. However, some missions had strange restrictions. It wasn't the first time he'd encountered something like this. As a soldier, his duty was to obey orders. He leaned forward slightly and asked only one question. What kind of accident? You'll know, the chief had said with a wave of his hand, his mountain-like frame suddenly looking weary. Of course, I hope that day never comes. Perhaps the chief had known all along that this catastrophe was coming. The apocalypse, zombies, superpowers, the entire world was being reshuffled, and a new order was being established. The chief had foreseen events that had previously only existed in ancient prophecies, movies, and novels. That wasn't the most critical part. Why did the chief forbid him from returning to the capital for a year? What was going to happen in the capital? And what was the connection between the target of their mission and this whole affair? Gu Shu was constantly pondering the answers. Xiao Feng and the others were anxious because they couldn't contact the chief. They were restless, and if he hadn't held them back, they would have already risked the journey north. He himself was finding it hard to eat or sleep, but he trusted the chief. Since the chief had anticipated this situation, he must have made corresponding plans. But waiting idly for a year was impossible, which was why he had chosen this method to infiltrate the military system. He had deliberately attracted Chu Nan's attention, befriended him, and waited for an opportunity to emerge, using the credit for stabilizing the new district to secure a position. He needed timely information, he needed to build up his strength, and he needed to continue tracking the target. He also wanted to see if he could use himself as bait to flush out the enemy. He hadn't expected to find a clue so soon. This was a rare opportunity. Even if it was just an empty shell, he couldn't give up on it easily. He had gone in with Yue Lai and the others during the day, but to avoid suspicion, he had only given it a cursory look. That's why he had brought Shadow out now. Although Shadow didn't know as much as Gu Shu's attitude made him vaguely realize something. He didn't waste words. He would do what needed to be done. They soon arrived at the 4S dealership. The military had already given up on the place, seeing it as a lost cause. However, the fierce battle during the day had left a heavy scent of blood, attracting many zombies. In the darkness, they roamed and roared, a threat that could not be taken lightly. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Gu Shu caught a glimpse of a shadow flickering in the distance before it vanished. Only the zombies stirred in that direction. "Follow it." Shadow had spotted it too. "No, let's go inside first," Gu Shu said. The zombies were blocking the entrance to the dealership. Having been there during the day, Gu Shu knew where the real entrance to the underground showroom was. He led Shadow around the building, pushed open the door to the basement, and carefully entered. He shone his flashlight around and was surprised to find 2 laptops on the floor. The laptops were directly beneath the hole in the ceiling. Gu Shu shone his flashlight up, but there was nothing there. The two exchanged a look. Shadow continued to search the area for any danger, while Gu Shu put on gloves and opened the computers. Shadow returned shortly. "All clear. How is it?" "It's all gibberish, but the pattern is very similar to what we've seen before. We need to take them back for Xiao Feng to decrypt. The room over there smells strongly of gunpowder." "I estimate there was enough to blow up a military compound," Shadow said. Gu Shu's voice was cold and low. "Don't forget, that man is the chief's mortal enemy. Even though he's been out of power for years. It seems he never gave up. Who knows how vast an underground force he's built. We're only seeing the tip of the iceberg. If their target wasn't such a behemoth, the chief wouldn't have equipped them with so much powerful gear." Shadow said, "It's a shame the apocalypse came at such a convenient time. We were so close to catching him." Gu Shu also felt regret. He had fought the man before. At the last moment, the man's subordinates had suddenly rushed out and scratched each of them. Those subordinates must have already turned into zombies by then. Since he had gained abilities from it, the man probably had as well. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the open. A dragon had been released into the sea. He had a premonition that he would face a powerful enemy in the future. Shadow asked, "Were these laptops here during the day?" "It looks like someone left them here on purpose." "No, this place was empty during the day. But there were fresh man-made traces. Someone said they heard gunshots from inside. I suspect 2 groups were fighting here and took everything with them afterward. And then one of them deliberately left the computers here. It didn't make sense unless someone was helping them or wanted them to know something." "Who's there?" The 2 of them suddenly looked up at the hole in the ceiling. By the time they rushed up, there was no one there. Not even a mouse. It was eerily quiet. But they had clearly heard someone breathing just now. There was no mistake. Meanwhile, Bian Changxi had climbed back through her window, closed it, and entered the farm. Before she could even exhale the breath she had been holding, she was ambushed from all sides by several hissing, leaping mutant rats. Oh, right. She had forgotten. When she first entered the small room with the hole in the 4S dealership, it was full of mutant rats. Worried about being discovered, she had recklessly grabbed them all and thrown them into the farm. Catching those rats had been a life-or-death struggle. She had gotten several scratches. But that was beside the point. Right now, she quickly drew her blade and fought back. When the ground was littered with corpses, she finally let out a long breath and collapsed, not wanting to move a muscle. That was exhausting. She wasn't a spy or an assassin. As a complete amateur, trying to get there before Gu Shu and Shadow without being discovered was practically a suicide mission. She had used up every last bit of her energy. Fortunately, she had taken a detour, ridden her motorcycle, and moved fast enough. The stench of the zombies had masked her scent. She was familiar with the route out of the 4S dealership's backyard, and her vines had helped with climbing the walls. The zombies had been the biggest problem, but thankfully, she had made it through without any real danger. She carefully reviewed her actions, confirming that she had been careful enough. Then, not daring to delay, she quickly wiped the sweat from her body, changed into a similar set of clothes, and came out of the farm. Just as she sat on the bed, about to lift her shirt to check the scratches from the mutant rats, there was a knock on the door. "Changxi, are you asleep?" Bian Changxi's heart pounded. Although they were all adults who didn't stand on ceremony, Gu Shu had always been mature and respectful. Knocking on her door this late at night wasn't for a romantic rendezvous. Was this his way of telling her she'd been found out? She cursed inwardly, swallowed hard, and messed up the bed to make it look like it had been slept in. She tucked the hem of her shirt into her waistband, wincing as it touched a wound on her abdomen. She ruffled her hair and went to open the door. As she did, she thought, it's confirmed that those things are related to Gu Shu. Now there are only 3 questions left. First, how did that stinky rat know about that place? Second, the stinky rat clearly wanted me to get those things before Yue Li's team did. Was it for Gu Shu or for someone else like Gu Shu's target? Third, what should my attitude be? She opened the door and asked with a hint of surprise, "It's so late. Is something wrong?" Gu Shu still carried the chill of the night air. He held a flashlight, its beam pointing down, the reflected light faintly illuminating the small space. His eyes were like the turbulent but silent waves on a dark sea. He gave Bian Changxi a deep look. "Urgent notice. A large number of people who returned from the city are injured. We need wood element users to assist the doctors." Huh? Bian Changxi was taken aback. Gu Shu's intense gaze had sent a chill down her spine, and she had been worried he'd seen through her. Although she was completely innocent in this matter, she couldn't explain the sequence of events. If she told the truth, the farm would be exposed. She hadn't even figured out how she should face Gu Shu in the future, so why should she reveal her ultimate trump card to him? She was a conflicted and stubborn person. She didn't know how things had escalated to this point, how Gu Shu saw her, or what her own feelings for him were. But one thing was crystal clear. The farm could never be exposed. She had to defend that point at all costs. Having died once before, she was especially sensitive about this. "Then I'll just have to lie to the end." She asked, "You're saying the people who went on the mission to the city are heavily injured?" She glanced at her watch. It's already past 1 in the morning. Even if they needed help, they wouldn't have waited until now, would they? She thought to herself, based on the timing, Gu Shu just got back from the 4S dealership and immediately received this news. Anyone who didn't know better would think he'd just come from a meeting. Could he be pretending to have important news from a meeting, just as an excuse to come up and see if I'm here? At this thought, her eyes darkened. Gu Shu's fingers were loosely wrapped around the flashlight, gently rotating it. The light flickered slightly as his calm gaze swept across the room. There was no choice. The Ministry of Health and the military doctors probably thought they could handle it. But now, medicine is running out, and the situation is getting worse. The last batch of people was just rescued over 10 minutes ago, which put even more pressure on the medical team. Bian Changxi nodded. Could it be true? Then I'll go. She turned around, her mind full of doubt, when her arm was suddenly grabbed. Changxi. Hiss. Bian Changxi sucked in a sharp, short breath and immediately tensed up. She shook off Gu Shu's hand. What are you doing? You're injured. Gu Shu's expression changed instantly. A moment ago, it was calm and deep, with a hint of probing. Now it became sharp and piercing. To Bian Changxi, it was his signature aggressive look. She hated that look. It was pressuring and terrifying. But she also knew this was his true nature, to see through everything, to control everything. Why had she insisted on refusing to be his partner in her past life? It was because she knew that if she stayed too close to him for too long, her world would be devoured and changed. Her future would become intertwined with his, and her past, including Bai Heng, would become insignificant. He would occupy every important place in her life. That was simply unbearable. It was laughable that in this life, because fate had changed, he had become gentler and more restrained, and she had overlooked this fact. During the day, she had even been so flustered by him that she'd had those inappropriate thoughts. Yes, her willpower was too weak. She couldn't blame anyone else. It was time to get away from the source of danger. At that moment, she finally made up her mind. "You were that person?" Gushu asked immediately. Bian Changxi's gaze became clear and cold. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Under the 4S dealership. Those 2 laptops. You were helping me, so why hide it?" "Sorry. I really don't understand. I sensed your presence." "Then did you see me?" Bian Changxi sneered and suddenly pulled a pistol from the small of her back. "Captain Gu, you've crossed a line." Gu Shu looked down and realized that at some point, he had stepped over the threshold and was standing just inside her room. He looked up again at the dark muzzle of the gun. Bian Changxi's face was pale, her eyes bright, with beads of sweat glistening under her bangs. The hand holding the gun was trembling imperceptibly, whether from exertion or nervousness. There was a faint smell of blood on her. She had more than one wound. Gu Shu's face was expressionless. "She is definitely that person." Bian Changxi said coldly, "Captain Gu, everyone has their own boundaries. And most of the time, outsiders are not welcome." Many thoughts raced through Gu Shu's mind. Subduing Bian Changxi would be as easy as flipping his hand. She was too weak. Her slender body looked like it could snap in two. Even if she fired right now, he could easily dodge it. In an instant, he thought of more than 10 ways to attack. And it didn't matter if she wouldn't tell the truth. He had plenty of interrogation drugs, originally intended for their mission target, but they had gone unused. But these thoughts were fleeting. Under Bian Changxi's hostile gaze, he slowly raised his hands and stepped back out of the door. "I'm sorry. This matter is of great importance. I was too impulsive. I was rude." Bian Changxi secretly let out a breath, her eyelids drooping almost imperceptibly. She glanced over and saw that Shadow and Lin Rongrong had arrived at some point. Even the Chen family was watching nervously from the stairs. She looked at the gun in her hand, a little incredulous that she had actually drawn it. She wasn't confused about why she did it, but amazed that she could go this far. She was declaring her sovereignty, expressing her stance, and making a resolution for herself. After tonight, she and Gushu were as good as broken. She felt as if a huge weight had been lifted, yet there was a faint sense of loss. She lowered the gun. "Is the rescue mission you mentioned real?" Gushu nodded. "Then let's go." Bian Changxi went back to pack her bag and strap on her weapons. Fortunately, she didn't have many belongings. The things that should be in the farm were never left out for others to see, so it only took a moment to pack. She would not be coming back to this place. With her back to them, in a spot by the headboard they couldn't see, she took the fat hamster, Milk, out of the farm. She released the vines binding it and took out the heavy sniper rifle. Holding it along with the pistol, she handed them to Gushu. "Here, you take them. I can't afford to raise this rat. And this gun, I'm returning it to you." Regardless of where this rat came from or who it was helping, it was a matter between it and Gushu. She was just a middleman who had been played for a fool. Of course, since she had gained all those munitions, she considered herself even with the rat. Squeak, squeak. Milk had been tied up for a long time, and its limbs were a bit stiff. But it was intelligent, with human-like emotions and perspective. It naturally knew the atmosphere was wrong and cried out to Bian Changxi. Gu Shu took it, his gaze complicated as he looked at her. "He didn't take the guns. I don't take back things I've given away. Let's go." He said to Shadow, "You stay here. I'll go relieve Xiaofeng so he can rest." Shadow still needed to guard the 2 laptops. Shadow looked at him, then at Bian Changxi and nodded. Bian Changxi also nodded at Shadow as a farewell, then waved at a worried-looking Lin Rongrong. "Go back to sleep." When she got downstairs, she found 2 soldiers waiting. They saluted Gushu, then said to Bian Changxi, You must be Miss Bian. The situation is critical. Please come with us. I'll go with her, Gu Shu said, then led the way to a car parked nearby. Bian Changxi stood for a moment before following him into the car. Once inside, she realized there were already people in the car, a man and a woman. The woman was fiddling with a cigarette. The tip glowed red for a moment before quickly dimming, the smoke filling the car with a choking smell. The woman flicked her hair. Her face was hard to see in the dim light, but her large earrings clinked crisply, and the scent of perfume filled the air. I'm telling you, you guys are so slow. If I'd known I had to wait this long, I could have walked there by now. No one responded. Bian Changxi glanced at her. An explosive perm, a revealing tank top, and leather pants. Her face was quite charming. Before the apocalypse, she would have been a typical delinquent. She was also sizing up the two who had just gotten in. When the car's interior light illuminated Gu Shu's face, her eyes lit up, and she leaned over seductively. Hey, handsome. Gu Shu shot her a look from the corner of his eye. She shivered violently and quickly waved her hands. Never mind, never mind. The other man was huddled in a corner, silent. The car started moving. Indeed, it was a 10-minute walk to their destination. The train station. The train station was no longer the headquarters for the new district's management. The military command center wasn't located here. Instead, they had cordoned it off, stationed troops to guard it, and turned it into a place for handling various affairs. The infirmary was also here, in a large open space to the left of the first-floor hall. At this moment, several diesel generators were roaring in that area. Light bulbs were tied to bamboo poles or nailed to walls and hung from vehicles, flickering intermittently. The air was thick with the smell of blood, creating a dim, chaotic, and foreboding atmosphere. Before Bian Changxi even entered, she saw stretchers being carried out, each covered with a white sheet over a dead body. And the infirmary, or rather the infirmary area, was sectioned off with bamboo poles, cloth strips, and vehicles. Each section contained a few beds, with people in white coats rushing about. A doctor and two nurses were arguing with several people, their faces red with anger. At their feet lay a seriously injured person. Others seemed accustomed to it, paying no mind. Bian Changxi also saw a few wood element users following the doctors, using their energy to treat the wounded. But as she watched their techniques and felt the fluctuations of their abilities, she secretly shook her head. At this level, they could only treat superficial wounds. They couldn't heal serious injuries, and minor ones didn't necessarily need healing. It was practically useless. In her past life, she had also started out as useless. Later, she had put in a great deal of effort and cultivated desperately, finally reaching an upper middle level and securing a place in the medical system. Unfortunately, her ability was later damaged, stagnating at Tier 6, and she was left far behind by those who came after her, forever silenced. This was her eternal pain. If not for this, Ju Yunhwa might not have been so ruthless as to destroy her. No matter when or where, no matter who was by her side, one's own strength was paramount. Thinking of this, the dull ache from her latest breakup with Gu Shu seemed insignificant. Just then, the nurse who was about to be dragged into a fight during the argument saw them and shouted, "Are they the new ability users? Maybe they can save him." At the nurse's shout, the people arguing, as well as others nearby, all turned their attention to Bian Changxi and the newcomers. The few people who had been arguing with the doctor and nurse rushed over, grabbing Gu Shu first. "Are you a doctor? The kind of ability user who can save people? My son is dying, you have to save him." Gu Shu tried to pull his hand back. "I'm sorry, I don't have that ability." The family member clung to him, refusing to let go. The doctor let out a sigh of relief, straightened his clothes, and strode over. "Ah, Captain Gu. Sir, you've made a mistake. This man is not a wood element user. However, the ones behind him." He looked at Bian Changxi and the other man and woman. Dr. Liu, Gu Shu greeted him, then introduced him to Bian Changxi. This is the best surgeon in the military district, Lu Xiaoyang. Lu Xiaoyang. Bian Changxi sized him up. She had heard of this man. He was a prominent figure at the Sioux City base back then. His main achievement was that, despite being a thoroughly Western-trained doctor, he was one of the leaders who promoted the cultivation of Chinese medicine during the later medicine shortages, unlike other Western doctors who either fiercely resisted it or fell into despair. Because of this, he still held a respectable position in the medical community after the wood element healing system was established. The Lu Xiaoyang before her was handsome and scholarly, with a professional and scrutinizing smile. A pair of half-rimmed glasses made him look professional and trustworthy, but the exhaustion on his face was undeniable, and his messy hair detracted from his appearance. His white coat was also stained with numerous bloodstains, some fresh, some dried into dark patches. Just as Bian Changxi was about to introduce herself, the woman with the explosive perm beat her to it. "I'm a wood element user. Where's the patient? Take me to him." Lu Xiaoyang frowned. Almost every wood element user who came here had this kind of arrogant attitude at first. But now, every single one of them had either been so discouraged they stormed off, or they were acting like spineless worms, running errands and being ordered around. So, he no longer held any hope for these wood element users. When his superiors said they were gathering more, he just listened without any expectation. But the family members were different. They clung to the woman like she was their last hope, crowding around her and leading her to the partitioned area, showering her with compliments. Lu Xiaoyang knew these wood element users were more trouble than they were worth, and didn't dare let them act recklessly. He quickly followed. Naturally, Bian Changxi also went to see the situation. Gu Shu saw that she was completely ignoring him, acting as if he didn't exist. His eyes darkened slightly, but he followed as well. This was a partitioned area on the outer edge. On beds pieced together from cardboard, plastic bags, and torn clothes, lay mangled bodies. As they walked, Lu Xiaoyang said in a low voice, "This is the last batch that was sent in." They were in a car crash while being chased by zombies. All of them are seriously injured. The person they were focused on was a man in his 30s. Glass shards had already been removed from his neck and cheeks, and he had an IV in his hand. The most serious injury was the back of his head, which was still bleeding. Despite a simple bandage, it was basically useless, and the man was already unconscious. In this situation, only a craniotomy offers any chance of survival, and we simply don't have the facilities for such a major surgery. In fact, even with the proper facilities, it would be extremely risky. In other words, this man had already been sentenced to death. There was a hint of pity in Lu Xiaoyang's voice. But there were so many wounded, so many on the brink of death. All he could do was feel a moment of pity. The most rational course of action was to not even give him an IV or a bandage. After all, medicine and gauze were limited, and every bit used was a bit less for someone else. This was only the first day since the army's arrival. How many more people would be injured in the future? They were wasting the lives of others on a man who was certain to die. It was a cruel way of thinking, but it was the truth. Unfortunately, the family couldn't accept it and insisted they stay and save him. Lu Xiaoyang glanced at his watch. They had already wasted 5 minutes. He shook his head at the two nurses, signaling them to leave and not waste any more time here. If it weren't for the fact that making a scene would have a terrible impact, he would have left too. There were so many others waiting for him to save them. Fortunately, he had already submitted his opinion to his superiors. Someone should be coming to handle this kind of situation soon. As for the woman with the perm, she was also a bit intimidated by the severity of the injury. Her earlier bravado weakened as she muttered, "It's this serious." This would have been a fatal wound even before, right? Although she lacked confidence, she didn't show it. She rolled up her sleeves, and a shiny, slender seedling appeared out of thin air in her open left palm, its leaves trembling as they unfurled. The crowd gasped in amazement. This was something the previous wood element users hadn't shown. The woman was a little smug. She placed her right hand on the patient's chest and her left hand, holding the seedling on top of her right. Then she grunted with effort, and both of her hands began to turn slightly green. Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes slightly. Not bad. This person's ability was stronger than the others here. If she hadn't shown off by materializing her core seedling, her energy might have been more focused, and the effect would have been better. Every wood element user had such a seedling. She had one too. It was essentially the core of their power, but most wood element users at this stage weren't even aware of it. It was unnecessary to manifest this core when channeling energy, because the seedling was a form maintained by concentrated energy, which consumed a significant amount of power. Moreover, Bian Changxi had a feeling that this person probably couldn't be saved. Sure enough, after a while, only the patient's external wounds had closed slightly, but his overall condition showed no signs of improvement. The woman's face turned pale, and sweat beaded on her forehead. The family's hope gradually turned to disappointment. The patient's mother asked anxiously, "Are you going to be able to do it or not?" The woman snapped angrily, "What's the rush? It's your son who's so badly injured. If you're so capable, you do it." Someone nearby sneered, "Give it up. I don't think you have what it takes. All you wood element users brag like you're gods, all high and mighty. But when it comes down to it, we see what you're really made of. I don't think you're any better. With this level of skill, you dare call yourselves the white-robed angels of the new era." His voice was loud, and there were other wood element users nearby who couldn't keep a straight face. Coincidentally, in the next partition, a young wood element girl was helping to bandage a wound. Perhaps distracted, her hands slipped, and the patient hissed in pain, shoving her to the ground. "Get away from me. Don't you know how to bandage a wound? Some ability user you are, you're worse than a regular nurse." After the apocalypse, the superior status of ability users had already created a deep sense of imbalance among the millions of ordinary people. If ability users were truly amazing, people would have no choice but to accept it. But when they discovered that in reality, they didn't have much of an advantage, the backlash was immediate. In fact, it wasn't just wood element users who faced this situation. Other newly awakened abilities were also very weak. However, most other abilities were offensive. Water element users, for example, had a high status from the beginning because they were related to the crucial issue of drinking water. The importance of the wood element, on the other hand, had yet to be demonstrated, and it lacked any intimidating power. Secondly, today's events had given the wood element users a collective opportunity to make a fool of themselves. The wood element was one that required time and accumulation to shine. It should have emerged after other abilities had made their debut and established the new martial system of the apocalypse, playing the role of savior and buffer, demonstrating the great flexibility of this new human ability. Not only could it fight and destroy, but it could also heal. But now, the wood element was the first to be pushed into the spotlight. In a way, these wood element users had destroyed people's expectations and reverence for superpowers. The woman with the perm couldn't turn the tide either. Humiliated and angry, she stood up and snapped, "You want to argue? You think you're so capable." Lu Xiaoyang looked helplessly at Gu Shu. "Captain Gu, you see." He thought the woman was with Gu Shu since they had arrived together. Gu Shu said, "These two came in the same car as me. They must have some skill." The military was recruiting wood element users from all over the new district, but the way they arrived signified their status. Those who came by car generally had connections in the military. For someone like Bian Changxi, the soldiers were polite to her out of respect for Gu Shu. Otherwise, they would have just gone upstairs, dragged her out, and possibly made her walk. Gu Shu's words were a reminder to Lu Xiaoyang that he couldn't treat this man and woman dismissively, while also distancing himself from them. Lu Xiaoyang understood. He asked the guard who had brought them over, and his expression darkened. They were connected to Colonel Yue Fushan, a trusted subordinate of the commander. Saving a life and treating an injury involved so many twists and turns. Lu Xiaoyang felt a headache coming on. He forced himself to rally and went to negotiate with the woman. "Look, why don't we let the other person try?" In his haste, he forgot to ask Gushu. "Since these two aren't with you, who is?" That person's attention was currently captured by another patient. In the same partitioned area, on a bed on the other side, a person's head lolled to the side as he spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. In fact, he was already a man of blood. His body and the ground beneath him were covered in it. A long steel bar was sticking out diagonally from his chest, and blood was gushing from the wound. He looked far more miserable than the one with the head injury. What was even more tragic was that there was no one by his side. No one was even wiping the blood for him or giving him an IV. Amidst the surrounding chaos, he was waiting to die alone. Bian Changxi stood before him. He seemed to see a shadow and struggled to lift his eyelids, his breath coming in great, sobbing gasps, as if he might choke at any moment. Tears seeped from the corners of his eyes, though for what reason, it was impossible to know. Bian Changxi grabbed a passing nurse and asked, "What happened to him?" The nurse shook her head pitifully. The steel bar pierced his aorta and esophagus, damaged his lung tissue, and caused a pneumothorax. "He can't be saved." Bian Changxi knelt down and took the patient's hand. There were no black dots, no green dots. It was a purely physical injury, but his life energy had completely drained away. She glanced at the injured man, placed her left hand on his chest near the edge of the wound, and gripped the steel bar with her right. The nurse cried out, "What are you doing? If you pull that out, he'll die even faster." Bian Changxi ignored the nurse. Her left hand gradually turned green, eventually becoming a luminous emerald color, as if covered by a layer of green mist or transformed into a piece of pale jade. The wound slowly stopped bleeding. The man's ragged, bellows-like breathing became less labored, and his convulsing body gradually calmed. The nurse covered her mouth. "Oh my God, it's actually working. Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu, come and see this." The shout drew everyone's attention. Lu Xiaoyang's eyes nearly popped out of his head. The others also gasped in astonishment. Only Gu Shu, who had been watching Bian Changxi the whole time, showed no reaction, but his eyes were shining with a strange light. The time she saved Shadow had a surreal, almost magical quality to it. The time he was injured, and the time old Chen was bitten by ants were only minor wounds. So, he didn't know the true extent of Bian Changxi's abilities. Was this her real power, the ability to pull someone back from the brink of death? After about half a minute, Bian Changxi judged the time was right. She used her right hand to gradually pull out the steel bar, while her left hand furiously channeled wood element energy, repairing the wound as she pulled. Otherwise, the man would have bled to death in an instant. In fact, he had already lost a terrifying amount of blood. She finally pulled the entire steel bar out. It hit the ground with a loud, clear clang, startling everyone out of their stupor. She then pressed her hand over the man's wound for a while longer, before wiping the cold sweat from her brow and standing up. "You can treat him now." Lu Xiaoyang, looking like an idiot, asked in disbelief, He's okay. If you're willing to spare the supplies to stitch him up and give him a transfusion." Lu Xiaoyang eagerly rushed forward to examine the patient, then joyfully called for a nurse, who quickly offered the items on her tray. Gu Shu looked at Bian Changxi. "Are you all right?" Bian Changxi's face was pale. She was already holding a green core to replenish her energy, panting slightly. "I'm fine." She was, after all, only a Tier 1 wood element user. Although healing was her specialty, her foundation was currently weak. Saving such a critically injured patient had indeed been a strain. But an injury like that required a single, concentrated effort. Fortunately, she was only a little dizzy. She was far from exhausted. A short rest to replenish her energy would be enough. "You're amazing." Please come save my son. The family members from before immediately abandoned the woman with the perm and rushed over, their bodies trembling with excitement. My God, it's a miracle. She saved a man who could barely breathe in minutes. She can definitely save my son. Gu Shu stepped forward, preventing them from touching Bian Changxi. Don't push. Lu Xiaoyang finished examining the patient, absolutely ecstatic. He said to Bian Changxi, "You're the most capable wood element user I've seen all day. It's simply miraculous. Do you think you can save that other patient?" Bian Changxi shook her head. I can't handle every type of injury. Brain injuries are especially tricky. The woman with the perm glared at her with envy, muttering, "See. She says she can't do it either. Why were you all blaming me?" The family was on the verge of tears, begging her. Bian Changxi knew they wouldn't give up unless she tried, so she had no choice but to agree. In truth, the moment she saw a patient, she had a vague sense of whether she could heal them or not. This man, she felt, was beyond her help, likely because the injury was to his brain. The moment she touched the man's hand, her expression suddenly changed. She stood up. The others were confused. She said in a low voice, this man might be infected by the zombie virus. There were those dark, black dots inside his body, and they were already quite severe. She spoke quickly and quietly. Only Gu Shu and Lu Xiaoyang, who were closest to her, heard. Their expressions also grew solemn. Are you sure? Actually, she wasn't. Although Bian Changxi sensed that the black dots were a sign of zombie infection, she didn't have enough cases to support her theory. She shook her head. It's a feeling. Gu Shu pulled Lu Xiaoyang aside and whispered a few words. Lu Xiaoyang nodded, then went to give orders to the guards. The other people in the small partitioned area were either carried out or asked to leave. Even the clamoring family members, under the threat of guns, stood to the side, no longer daring to resist. Gu Shu stood by the patient's side the whole time, helping the soldiers carefully tie him down and preparing for any eventuality. A moment later, several people hurried over. We heard a possible infected person appeared here. A middle-aged man in a white coat asked, his brow furrowed. Lu Xiaoyang said, yes, it's this one. We've already checked for zombie bites or scratches, but... Minister Shu, you're experienced. Could you take a look? The others who came with Minister Shu also began to examine the patient seriously. Gu Pei had quietly appeared by Gu Shu's side at some point. Brother, Xiaofeng is tied up over there, so I came first. Good. Take a look at him. Gu Pei stared intently at the patient's entire body, focusing on the wounds on his face and the back of his head. Then he nodded at Gu Shu. Yes. Just moments after he said that, the patient suddenly thrashed violently, his eyes snapping open as he let out a bestial roar. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots echoed through the medical area, barely causing a reaction. Too many people had been infected. A sound like this occurred every few minutes, and everyone had grown numb to it. Xiaofeng pushed aside a white curtain and came out. Inside, several soldiers were carrying out 2 corpses, followed by their heartbroken families. Xiaofeng said flatly, they have turned. Biologically speaking, they are already dead. I must stop their bodies from harming others. My condolences. He looked up and met Gu Shu's gaze. They were also carrying out a body. The people from the Ministry of Health and the hospital were discussing the corpse, all saying it needed to be studied thoroughly. How could someone turn into a zombie without being bitten or scratched? Xiaofeng walked over. What, you're playing the role of the Terminator now too? Gu Shu asked, how is it? It's fine, aside from the families making a bit of a scene. Xiaofeng gave a wry smile, his face weary. They all see me as a crazed killer. I wouldn't be surprised if someone tries to assassinate me on the street tomorrow. What happened here? Gu Pei answered, a man who died in a car crash turned. I suspect the wound on the back of his head came into contact with some zombie matter before he died, which led to the infection. Gu Pei's eyes were red, and he couldn't help but yawn. He was exhausted. He had been with Xiao Feng all night, specifically monitoring those who had been bitten by zombies. He had been studying the degree of the bite, the constitution of the person, the symptoms that appeared, how long it took to turn, and how long the process from frenzy to full zombification took. For hours, he had been helping while researching, all while constantly on guard against being bitten himself. It was truly draining. Of course, the results were obvious. Hadn't he just made a more accurate judgment than those experts? Xiao Feng said, "Ah Pei, you're really something." By the way, who was the first to discover it? Gu Shu's expression was strange. He turned his head. Over there, Bian Changxi was discussing something with Lu Xiaoyang. Xiao Feng keenly sensed that the atmosphere was off. Gu Shu said, "Show me the ropes of your job, then you two go back. You've been busy all night. I'll take over here." Bian Changxi was discussing with Lu Xiaoyang how long she needed to rest after treating a patient. Lu Xiaoyang was then excitedly about to take her to treat other critical patients. Bian Changxi looked up and saw that Gu Shu and the others were gone. He was actually willing to let me go. She could tell that the clue from the underground showroom was extremely important to Gu Shu, and he already suspected her. Any normal person would have done everything they could to keep her, to get information out of her, even to interrogate her. When they had their standoff upstairs, she had secretly wondered if Gu Shu would do just that. To be honest, she wasn't afraid. She was confident she could escape. If worst came to worst, hiding in the farm was an option. But if it came to that, the two of them could only be enemies in this life. In the end, he did nothing. Perhaps it was out of gratitude for her saving Shadow, or perhaps it was his way of honoring his promise not to question the source of her information. For that, Bian Changxi was both grateful and impressed. She felt down for a moment, then cheered up. In any case, she had finally parted ways with Gu Shu. Yes, this was better. Didn't she feel a sense of freedom, like a bird soaring in the vast sky? That night, she worked until dawn. Heal one, rest a while. Heal one, rest a while. In total, she saved 16 people who should have died. The number of less serious injuries she treated was countless. She finally stopped, because she was down to her last half a green core and worried she wouldn't have any for an emergency. Then, she started doing more routine tasks. By dawn, those who were fated to die had died, and those who were going to turn had all turned. The remaining patients were stable. The generators in the train station hall began to be removed. The lights dimmed, the roaring stopped, and in the hazy light, the floor was littered with trash and bloodstains. Moans filled the air. Medical staff stretched their shoulders and rubbed their backs. Some dramatically collapsed in a heap like gummy candies, utterly exhausted. "Breakfast is here. Breakfast is here." A van drove up from outside. Several barrels were unloaded, along with some foam and cardboard boxes. Most surprisingly, there was a stack of steamers. "Oh my God, has our luck finally turned?" A young nurse next to Bian Changxi whispered to her. "Did you know, our meals were never enough before?" Breakfast was especially tiny, not even 2 bites. Is it because the higher-ups saw how important we medical staff are after this? With that, she excitedly ran over to see. Bian Changxi was hungry too. Most of the people had run off, so she took a plastic chair for herself and bent over to look for food in her bag. "Miss Bian here." Someone suddenly walked over. Bian Changxi looked up. It was Lu Xiaoyang. She took the bowl from him. It contained a semi-thick white rice porridge, a plump, steaming steamed bun, and a perfectly intact boiled egg. "This is quite a feast." "Dr. Lu, you didn't give me your own rations, did you?" "Of course not. I have to go collect mine separately. You performed a great service. Don't you deserve a decent breakfast?" As he spoke, he went to collect an identical set of breakfast for himself and sat down to eat with her. Bian Changxi took a sip of the porridge. It tasted decent, so she began eating heartily without further hesitation. Taking a moment between bites, she asked, I heard this is a sign that the treatment for medical staff has improved. Lu Xiaoyang smiled. I don't know about improved treatment, but this incident has certainly drawn high-level attention. Oh. Specifically. He swallowed a mouthful of the bun and lowered his voice. 5,000 people went out, and fewer than 3,000 came back. Nearly half of those were infected by zombies. Of those who weren't infected, over 210 died from severe injuries. There are over 400 lying here right now. Those are the latest statistics. This was a heavy loss in every sense of the word. The city center has become a total forbidden zone. This was the first time Bian Changxi had heard such specific numbers. Her eyes widened. That serious? Have the zombies in the city become that powerful? I don't know. You can ask Captain Gu about that when you get back. As a soldier, he definitely knows more than a doctor like me. I've only heard two things. One is that Colonel Yue Fushan issued a strict order for us to heal all the surviving wounded. The other is that we're preparing to move out and leave the new district. Ask Gushu. Hasi. In truth, Bian Changxi didn't need to ask anyone to guess what happened. It was likely just a case of the mission teams wandering blindly or having bad luck, stumbling into a zombie nest and getting torn apart. Some got separated, some hid. That was why they returned in such scattered groups, with the last batch only being picked up at midnight, only to get into a car accident on the way. She recalled that in her past life, the main force evacuated the new district around the 10th day of the apocalypse. Today was the 10th day. It would happen within the next few days. When the time came, should she find a car to drive herself or hitch a ride with someone? She glanced at a few people chatting nearby. She had heard they were wood element ability users who had already been recruited by the military's medical department to form a medical squad. She asked Lu Xiaoyang, Dr. Lu, what are the arrangements for the medical squad during the evacuation? Lu Xiaoyang took a look. The medical squad consists of more than just those few. Those of us from the original system will also be integrated into it. We'll form teams centered around licensed physicians. They'll be recruiting more people over the next few days. By then, we'll likely be divided into small groups and distributed evenly, much like the warrior squad. Bian Changxi nodded. She had participated in the preliminary selection for the warrior squad yesterday, and a soldier had already notified her that afternoon to continue with the assessment. She thought it would be best to secure a position or an identity within the ranks. According to her original plan, she wanted to drive her own car and follow the main force from a distance, neither receiving benefits nor being subject to management. Many people would do that, but now it seemed impractical. For one, if she left Gu Shu's side and ended up in a miserable state, it would feel strange. Secondly, there was still the issue with Boss Zhang that hadn't been resolved. Being alone would make her too easy a target. If she wanted to land a position with her skills, both the warrior squad and the medical squad were within easy reach. There also seemed to be a management squad or something similar. Weighing her options, she would naturally go wherever was most relaxed and free. Lu Xiaoyang said jokingly, "What, does Miss Bian want to join the medical squad? With your abilities, if I give a recommendation, you could definitely get a good position." Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes. Me? Well, you want to join the medical squad? The woman with the explosive hair appeared out of nowhere, holding her breakfast and speaking with exaggerated surprise. That's great. With our abilities, we'll definitely land high-ranking positions. We can be on the same team. With just a few waves of our hands, we could bring a whole crowd back from the brink of death. Lu Xiaoyang's lip twitched. He gave Bian Changxi a smile and walked away. Bian Changxi finished her porridge quickly and then began peeling her eggs slowly. The explosive-haired woman leaned in flirtatiously. My name is Wei Xiaodong. You're younger than me, so just call me Sister Dong. By the way, I saw you holding that crystal core last night when you were recovering your energy. How do you use that thing? She held a white core in her hand. Bian Changxi glanced at it, then at her, and said seriously, "You'd better not touch that. Something will happen. Something will happen. Why are you fine but I won't be? I don't believe you. You just don't want to tell me." Wei Xiaodong waved her hand dismissively. How can a person be so selfish? Look at what time it is. Think of how many people another top-tier wood user could save. I'm telling you, you can't be like this. You can't just look out for yourself. Bian Changxi couldn't be bothered with her. If you don't want to die, don't touch it. Also, if you don't have a brain, at least keep your eyes open. Wei Xiaodong was baffled and wanted to ask more, but a man who looked like a researcher walked over from outside. A stiff smile touched his serious face. "Miss Bian, our research institute is very interested in your extraordinary abilities. I wonder if we could have a chat." Research Institute. Bian Changxi blinked. "I'll pass. That sounds terrifying. Miss Bian, we only wish to discuss your experiences and insights. We have absolutely no intention of conducting illegal research on you." Bian Changxi replied about that. How can experiences and insights be shared so casually? A voice interrupted. Boss Zhang appeared with a face full of smiles. "Miss Bian, our bureau chief Xiao would like to see you." Bian Changxi glanced at him, smiling without a word as she took a bite of the egg white. A man in a white coat eating breakfast by the door had been watching the situation. Seeing things go south, he quickly put down his precious breakfast, wiped his mouth, and walked over. He said with a grin, "How lively. Miss Bian, you performed a great service yesterday. Are you interested in joining the health department? We have a large gathering of medical experts and professors there." Miss Bian isn't a medical student. What do experts and professors have to do with her? Boss Zhang said in a low voice to Bian Changxi. "As long as Miss Bian is willing to come to our side, you can name your conditions. Bureau Chief Xiao won't mistreat you." Bian Changxi smiled. "What if my condition is to kick you out first, Boss Zhang?" Boss Zhang's smile froze, but he quickly recovered. "Miss Bian, there's just a small misunderstanding between us. Sometimes, small misunderstandings can be fatal." Bian Changxi finished the egg and tucked the steamed bun into her backpack. "I'll save this for the chickens in the farm." Just as she took a sip of water, 2 soldiers in dark green uniforms walked in. "Miss Bian Changxi, Colonel Yue has requested your presence." Bian Changxi tightened the cap on her bottle and said decisively, "Fine." Yue Fushan was a middle-aged man with a square face and skin the color of a jujube, not just in color, but even the wrinkles on his face looked like the fruit's skin. He was a man who seemed to have aged prematurely, his face bearing the marks of many storms. Consequently, he was very stern. "Miss Bian, I am already aware of your performance last night. I believe many people have extended olive branches to you. Ignore them. Report to the military department. We will do our best to meet your requirements and provide you with the best resources." "Oh." Bian Changxi made a non-committal sound and picked up a white-covered document on the desk. "Huh? Aren't Gu Shu and his men already part of your military? Why are they in this plan too?" This was likely a proposal for recruiting talented individuals. She looked at the series of handwritten names at the bottom. "Gu Shu and his team aren't part of our military district system. Adding them in would cause chaos." Yue Li, who was standing nearby, answered for him. "They also feel that serving the military and survivors in their current capacity is more beneficial. If you join, you can look out for each other." Bian Changxi curled her lip. In reality, this plan placed heavy restrictions on those recruited. They had to follow arrangements, obey orders, and charge to the front lines whenever the military needed them. It was strictly a superior-subordinate relationship, essentially a contract of servitude. As for the so-called best resources, she knew the military had many talents and privileged personnel. She wasn't the most outstanding person. Even if there were excellent resources, they would likely be several tiers lower by the time they reached her. It was all empty talk. It would be better to lower the pretense and hire talent with clear prices. That way, both parties would be satisfied. She didn't know what Gu Shu and the others were thinking, but in her view, the unequal compensation was secondary. Being restricted and ordered around was unbearable. Anyone who hadn't undergone brainwashing or military training would find it impossible to accept. "I'm afraid I have no interest in this." "You're refusing." A hint of danger and coldness seeped into Yue Fushan's voice. Bian Changxi thought to herself that this man was truly domineering. If he ever became the top leader, he would definitely be the prosper with me, perish against me type. She decided to be pragmatic for the moment. "Not entirely. I just want to wait and see. After all, the military only arrived yesterday. I don't know how things will turn out, so I want to observe a bit longer." Yue Fushan stared at her for a long time. Perhaps he thought his pressure could force her to back down or compromise, but it didn't. She remained as calm as ever, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on her face. Finally, Yue Fushan withdrew his gaze. Bian Changxi got her wish and landed a spot on the fringes of the medical squad, much like a low-level salaried employee. Her salary was a seat in a vehicle during the retreat and a certain level of protection. Her job was to be on call whenever she was needed to save someone, but she didn't have to follow strict military orders like the other talents. Overall, her level of freedom was quite high. In short, both sides took a step back, which was the best possible outcome. She had been worried that she had shown too much yesterday, and that Yue Fushan wouldn't let her go. But facing so many dying people, it was impossible to keep hiding her skills. Her conscience wouldn't allow it. The news of Bian Changxi joining the medical squad made many who wanted to recruit her sigh in regret. A powerful wood element user was practically a second life, and everyone wanted one. However, since the military had already claimed her, they didn't dare to snatch her away. They could only shift their greedy gazes toward the wood users already in their own teams or under their command. The value of wood element ability users skyrocketed overnight. Bian Changxi had no interest in this. She was assigned to a patrol group within the medical squad. Unlike other groups that had 10 or 20 people, this patrol group consisted of only 2. Herself and Wei Xiaodong. After checking out their assigned temporary quarters, the 2 of them came down from the apartment building. Wei Xiaodong followed her like a little tail. Bian Changxi asked her, "Don't you have anything to do?" "I do." "Aren't we on patrol?" "Staying alert at all times, finding injured people in the new district, and providing timely help." "Wow, it sounds so noble when you say it." Bian Changxi ignored her. She knew that Wei Xiaodong had actually been sent by Yue Fushan to monitor her. Monitor might be too strong a word, but Yue Fushan simply didn't trust her to be on her own. He wanted to keep a constant eye on a valuable asset and know her every move. That was likely his line of thinking. Wei Xiaodong was also an ability user recruited by Yue Fushan, not someone with a family connection, as others rumored. It was just that before Bian Changxi appeared, her wood element was the most outstanding, so she received the most attention. "By the way, how exactly do you practice your ability?" "We're colleagues now, so there's no harm in sharing. Even if you don't want to tell me, I'll eventually figure it out myself." "Then go ahead and figure it out yourself." Bian Changxi looked up and saw a guard at the apartment entrance politely asking a girl to leave. The girl waved her hand frantically at her. "Changxi." "Lin Rongrong." She walked over. "What are you doing here?" "Hee, I heard this building was for the medical squad, so I came to check it out. I'm living in that building over there now. I joined the logistics squad." Bian Changxi frowned. "You left too?" "Yeah, you left, and I was only able to follow Captain Gu and the others because of you. Now there's no reason for me to stay. I was going to come out and look for you when I saw the logistics management squad was recruiting. They give priority to space element users, and they provide food and housing. I thought it was a good fit, so I joined. I just finished registering and saw the room. As Lin Rongrong spoke, she noticed that Bian Changxi didn't seem particularly happy for her. She asked tentatively, "What's wrong? Is this squad not good?" Bian Changxi shook her head. "It's not that it's bad. It's just, in the future, if you're carrying supplies as a space user, you have to be extremely careful. Don't let things get messy. If something goes wrong, they might accuse you of embezzling supplies, and you won't be able to clear your name." Space users were essentially mobile warehouses. Lin Rongrong's space was relatively large, so she would be highly valued. At the same time, if a space user died, everything in their space would vanish into thin air, so they would definitely be well protected. But there were pros and cons. From what Bian Changxi knew, unless you were someone the leadership trusted implicitly, these mobile warehouses were treated like literal storage units. To put it bluntly, they had no human rights and would be kept under strict control. Lin Rongrong's mouth hung open. She understood now and said with regret, "If I had known, I would have joined the medical squad too." Those people didn't explain anything. They just kept bragging about how great the treatment and benefits were. It's like that everywhere. Every squad has its good and bad points. Oh, right. Chen Haitao and his father are continuing with the warrior squad assessment. I don't know if they'll pass. Bian Changxi paused for a moment and nodded. The small group of 12 that had come to the new district together was completely scattering after just a few days. After saying goodbye to Lin Rongrong, Bian Changxi strode forward. Wei Xiaodong followed closely. "Where are you going?" "To kill zombies." "Aren't you going to patrol?" "One person is enough for patrol. Page me if there's a mission." Important functional personnel and ability users were equipped with military-issued communication devices. Because of her special role, Bian Changxi had been given one as well. However, the thing was low quality. With the satellite communication network severely damaged, it could barely manage a couple of beeps. It couldn't handle calls or text messages. It was worse than an old-fashioned pager. It couldn't even be compared to Gu Shu's headset and watch-style communicator. She ran fast, leaving Wei Xiaodong behind in a few strides. She wandered around the new district. More survivors had come to seek refuge today, each looking more disheveled than the last. The streets and alleys already looked like a refugee camp. The small new district couldn't possibly accommodate so many people. If this continued, even without zombies, people would riot due to lack of living space. She struggled through the crowd, quietly slipped past the fortifications between Districts A and B, and entered District B, where zombies roamed. After searching around, she began killing zombies in a relatively safe area. However, by the afternoon, competition arrived. To expand the living space for the people, Yue Fushan officially ordered an expansion into District B, which meant pushing the zombies in District B back a bit further. This naturally became part of the warrior squad's assessment. So, by the afternoon, over 1,000 people flooded into District B. The street Bian Changxi was on became lively, and since she didn't want to run into anyone, she had to keep moving from place to place. Green core, green core. She muttered to herself as she used her notched axe to split open a zombie's skull. She scraped out the crystal core and saw it was another white one. Could my luck be any worse? In 4 straight hours, she had killed 31 zombies. Forget a green core. She hadn't even seen a single colored crystal core. Her luck was at rock bottom. She looked at her only remaining green core, which was very, very pale in color. She frowned and was about to hunt another zombie when suddenly, a loud boom shook the ground. What happened? Thick black smoke rose from District A. Something must have exploded. As she stood there in shock, the pager at her waist began to beep incessantly. Where there was combat, there were casualties. Several medical teams had been on standby near the checkpoint this afternoon to treat those returning from District B. She and Wei Xiaodong had also been pulled into standby duty. Now, something must have happened that Wei Xiaodong couldn't handle. She silenced the pager. Seeing two zombies turn the corner from behind a house, she smashed her fire axe into the ground behind them and turned to run in the other direction. By the time she reached the group's location, a circle of people had already formed. Yue Fushan, Chunan, Gushu, and others were actually there, their expressions grave. Others looked terrified and were whispering to each other. Wei Xiaodong was slumped on the ground, covered in blood, her face as pale as a ghost. Not far away lay a blazing tanker truck, and the ground was a mess. What happened? If Wei Xiaodong paged her, shouldn't it be to save someone? Why did this look like a horror movie crime scene? Wei Xiaodong grabbed her, trembling. I didn't mean to. I just told him to try it. I didn't expect. It's all your fault. Why didn't you tell me it would turn out like this? If you had said something sooner, would I have let him take the risk? Bian Changxi was confused by her crying and shouting. She pushed her aside and forced her way into the crowd. When people saw Bian Changxi arrive, they instinctively made way. Her actions from last night had spread quickly. Everyone feared those who could kill, but for those who could save lives, there was a mix of respect and a hint of flattery. Everyone hoped that if they were ever mortally wounded, someone like her would be there to bring them back. Bian Changxi frowned as she saw the scene inside. Lying on the ground were 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7 burn victims. The most severe one was twisted into a charred mass. It was impossible to tell if it was one person or two people huddled together. These people were likely the reason she had been called back. But next to them was a bright red corpse. It was a mangled mess of flesh and severed limbs. The person seemed to have been blown apart from the inside. No intact tissue could be picked up. From the half of the face that remained, she could see that this person was actually the male wood element user who had been with Wei Xiaodong at the train station last night. Minister Xu of the Health Department, along with some experts, were studying the ability user's corpse, engaged in a heated discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyang was leading several medical staff and members of Bian Changxi's group in emergency treatment for the burn victims. He saw Bian Changxi and said urgently, "Come see if you can save them." There were 4 people still alive. Their burns were severe. Their clothes were fused to their bodies, and their skin was charred beyond recognition, with raw red flesh exposed in many places. Bian Changxi checked them one by one. "I can't. At most, I can give them a few more breaths. With such extensive damage, I can't make the skin grow back. The scariest part is the infection. It mostly depends on whether you can treat that. We have to try our best." Bian Changxi nodded and began the treatment. Suddenly, she saw Liu Meng sitting nearby in a daze, his body also scorched. He suddenly grabbed the collar of a small, thin man nearby and roared, "It's all you. You piece of trash, I'll kill you." That thin man was Zhang Hu's driver. Soldiers with grim faces pulled them apart. Others shoveled up the remains of the male wood user, placing the pieces on a stretcher before following the experts. Wei Xiaodong was also taken away. She didn't dare resist, shaking like a leaf. The surrounding crowd slowly dispersed. Gu Shu looked at Bian Changxi and said in a low voice, "Be careful. That man likely used a crystal core incorrectly." Bian Changxi's eyelids jumped. He had already walked away. Once most of the people had left, Bian Changxi finally asked, "What exactly happened?" Lu Xiaoyang was focused on his work, but others, seeing the military had left, grew bolder in their speech. Bian Changxi listened for a while and understood. It turned out that while the companions were chatting, the thin man had thrown a flame or something into the tanker truck, causing it to explode and blast everyone like this. As for the dead male wood user, it was because Wei Xiaodong's group had pulled him over to help save people. Who knew he would end up like that? Combined with Gu Shu's warning, she realized the only possibility was that Wei Xiaodong had egged the man into using a white core, and he had exploded as a result. What is wrong with these people? Liu Meng was desperately beating the thin man, who was howling like a ghost, screaming, "If you won't avenge my brother, who, then go to hell with him." The soldiers waited until Liu Meng had finished his beating, and both men were exhausted before dragging the thin man away. Although this was a private fight, the nature of the act was too malicious and the impact too negative. It seemed the military was going to intervene. Liu Meng, a grown man, sat slumped in a daze, staring at his unconscious brothers, wondering what he was thinking. After a long time, he asked Bian Changxi hoarsely, "Is there any hope?" Bian Changxi was already finishing up and preparing to leave. Hearing this, she shook her head. "Ask Dr. Liu." Liu Meng sniffled. "Miss Bian, that kid egged me on to cause trouble for you, but I have no idea how Zhang Hu died. How could I just go along with his nonsense? I never had a single bad thought toward you." Bian Changxi glanced at him. "If I said Zhang Hu's death had nothing to do with me, that would be a lie. But in this world, if you want to bully others, you must be prepared to be bullied in return. Zhang Hu's skills were inferior, so he shouldn't have reached out to me. My conscience is clear. Even if you really brought a group of people for revenge, I wouldn't be afraid." Liu Meng remained silent. Bian Changxi said no more, helped lift the injured into the vehicle, and followed them to the train station medical area. After what happened, she wasn't in the mood to continue hunting for crystal cores. By evening, the news of a wood element user misusing a white core and exploding had spread through the new district like it had wings. People realized that crystal cores could actually kill, and panic set in, especially among ability users who no longer dared to use them. In truth, up until today, very few people knew how to use crystal cores. When an ability user ran out of energy, they usually relied on food and rest to slowly recover. Those who realized cores had a special function weren't brave enough to be the first to test the waters. Of course, there were those who had successfully used cores and were very lucky to have used the right ones, but now they were even more terrified, not daring to make a sound as they waited for the military and researchers to come up with a result. Because both the private dispute explosion and the subsequent white core incident were somewhat connected to Bian Changxi, she was also called in for questioning. Fortunately, she was released after it was clear she had nothing to do with either event. In fact, she really was uninvolved. She took 2 egg yolk pies and a bottle of about 200 milliliters of water. This was the standard ration for low-level medical groups like hers. Since she had temporarily refused Yue Fushan's recruitment, she didn't receive any extra care. She returned to her assigned quarters. Wei Xiaodong hadn't returned yet, so the entire bedroom was hers. She locked the door and entered the farm. After a busy day, she was covered in filth. She bathed in the stream, changed out of her dirty clothes, but put her outer layer back on. Then she ate something and walked a few laps around the farm and the chicken coop. During the day, she had secretly pulled some grass and thrown it in. The chickens and ducks pecked at it without much interest, but there was nothing she could do. Her food stock wasn't large, and it seemed she couldn't restock for now. She couldn't keep feeding them rice and meat forever. She threw the dozen or so white cores she had harvested today into the stream. She looked at the farm, secretly imagining what it would look like in the future, and then left with a faint sense of regret. It was pitch black outside. She tidied the bed and fell asleep as soon as she lay down. After an unknown amount of time, there was a heavy knock on the door. She woke with a start, the room so dark she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She turned on her flashlight to open the door. Wei Xiaodong stood outside, her hair disheveled. Her hair was always messy, but now her expression was grim and miserable. Against the dark background, she looked particularly eerie. "Sleeping quite soundly, aren't you? It seems that having just killed someone has no effect on you at all," she said in a strange voice as she entered and glanced at the bed. Bian Changxi frowned. I didn't kill him, and I didn't force him to use the white core. Say that once and I'll let it go, but if I hear it too much, I won't be in a good mood. Besides, she had warned her not to try it lightly. What use was it if she didn't listen? Was she supposed to pour her heart out and selflessly teach everyone who came to ask, or take a megaphone and announce the rules of crystal core usage everywhere? She had actually thought about spreading the information somehow. It wasn't out of pure kindness, but because she felt that anyone who could use crystal cores earlier than others was basically an outstanding individual with the courage to fight and take risks. Such people were the main force in the apocalypse. If there were more of them, the overall survival environment for humanity would be better. Moreover, her knowledge of these rules was built on the experience of countless people who had failed and died tragically in her past life. This was different from not warning people about the appearance of toxic zombies. However, the problem was that as she watched coldly, people had been dying every day from misusing cores for several days now. But the military always arrived in time to cover it up as a fight or an accident. In fact, she had seen 1 or 2 fresh corpses with Gushu, and like the man today, any normal person could see it was a very strange way to die. She suddenly understood. The military didn't want to reveal this fact yet. It made sense. The military had so many ability users and had collected so many crystal cores yesterday and even earlier. Had they not researched anything yet? They were probably quite happy to let these civilians take risks, providing them with plenty of cases and data for statistics and research. In such a situation, why should she bother? Gushu had also warned her not to show that she knew anything. However, today's accident happened right under the eyes of the crowd. The military would have to provide a reasonable explanation. Sure enough, the next day, the military issued a public notice informing everyone of the types and colors of existing crystal cores and the rules for which ability types they corresponded to. At the same time, they also announced an exchange system. Since some survivors hadn't turned in the crystal cores they found after killing zombies, recognizing them as useful items, they still had some stock. But the cores didn't necessarily match their own ability attributes. The military provided a platform where everyone could use their existing cores to exchange for the ones they wanted. The exchange rate was 10 white cores for 1 colored core. Isn't this too black-hearted? 10 for 1. Zombies that drop white cores aren't any easier to kill than those that drop colored ones. Why? Those with some concept of the situation began to complain. Forget it. If you have a colored one, can't you also exchange it for 10 white ones? I heard that compared to colored ones, white ones are about 10 to 1 in quantity. There's no other way. If you don't want any crystal cores, you can also exchange them for supplies. Colored ones can be exchanged for 10 times the amount of goods. This is all about luck. Whether you can get rich depends on your luck. Bian Changxi looked at the papers posted all over the streets. Although she found the 10 for 1 rate hard to accept, white cores were indeed produced in that ratio. Moreover, the market demand for white cores was much larger. In the future, white cores would be the main energy source for human life. Value couldn't be determined by quantity alone. Overall, she was very happy about the creation of this platform. This meant that even if she couldn't find green cores herself, she could use white cores to exchange for them. If she couldn't get them from the military, she could trade with people privately. A godsend. What she lacked most were green cores. She went to the train station to do her medical duties. 2 more of yesterday's burn victims had died. The remaining 2 were half dead. She gave them a bit of energy and then went to check the crystal core exchange location. A crowd had already gathered there. She carried her straight sword and backpack and ran to District B. To develop the farm, she had thrown almost all her white cores into it, leaving only 5 on her person for emergencies. To exchange for a green core, she needed to hunt 5 more. Thinking of this, she felt a bit of heartache for the white cores she had thrown into the stream. There were more people in District B today, only slightly fewer than during yesterday's collective mission. Once the exchange platform was established, it was equivalent to the military acknowledging crystal cores as a form of currency. Even if you didn't need the cores, exchanging them for supplies was a great option. One white core could be exchanged for a day to a day, and a half's worth of food for an adult. Most people formed small groups to cooperate in killing zombies. If they were lucky and capable, each person could harvest one crystal core after half a day. But if an accident occurred, the price was often a living soul. Sure enough, not long after Bian Changxi entered, she heard screams coming from several places. Someone saw her alone and whispered in surprise, "Who is that woman? She dares to come here alone." "Oh, I know her. She's that wood element ability user." "It's her. Is she also good at fighting?" Bian Changxi was focused and quickly left the areas where there were living people. However, she didn't dare go too deep into District B alone. The outer areas of District B had been cleared many times and were quite sparse, but there were still many zombies deep inside. Yesterday, she had crouched in a safe place, letting her human scent slowly lure zombies over. But today, she didn't plan on doing that. She needed to get 5 white cores in the shortest time possible. Green cores were rare, and she had seen over a dozen wood users that night. She was afraid that if she was late, there wouldn't be any left for her. She walked quietly down a street. As she passed a small restaurant, she heard the sound of rodents gnawing. She walked in slowly. The light inside was dim. She waited for a moment for her eyes to adjust before navigating through the haphazardly arranged tables and chairs. Unlike the 4-story building she had stayed in before, it was clear that there were people here when the apocalypse began. Being close to District A, it might have even been open for business. There were still chopsticks, spoons, and small bottles of soy sauce and vinegar on the tables. She stood outside the cloth curtain of the kitchen entrance. The gnawing sound inside stopped instantly, as if something had tensed up. She pulled out her straight sword, picked up a porcelain spoon, and threw it in. Immediately, squeaking and jumping sounds came from inside. Mutant rats, and not many of them. She took 2 steps back. 2 rats as big as buckets, pitch black and filthy with fur that looked prickly, scurried out. These were clearly a bit larger, charging like 2 mini tanks. Bian Changxi leaped back onto a table. Although the energy she had consumed while treating people the night before was heart-wrenching, she found that her physical fitness had taken a leap. Perhaps while she was healing others, the flowing energy was also nourishing her own body. The 2 rats crashed into the table legs, causing the table to tilt. Bian Changxi used the momentum to jump down, thrusting her straight sword almost vertically into the neck and back of one mutant rat. However, the tip of the blade slid off, only leaving a shallow wound. She frowned. Such thick skin. The mutant beast shrieked in pain, its pointed head turning to bite at Bian Changxi's ankle. Bian Changxi hooked her straight sword, sending a stool crashing in front of one mutant rat, while her left hand suddenly produced an axe to hack at the other. This wasn't the notched fire axe she had discarded. It was one of the many cold weapons from the exhibition hall. Short, compact, beautifully designed, and extremely sharp, it could be swung with one hand with speed and precision. The rat quickly pulled its head back, but its 2 front paws remained. Bian Changxi shifted the axe mid-swing, splitting one of its paws vertically from the tip to the base. The mutant rat shrieked in agony. Unlike zombies, mutant beasts weren't infectious, but most of them had sensations. They also didn't rot like zombies. Most were physically intact, though their size and features had changed significantly. At that moment, the rat that had been blocked by the stool leaped over it. Bian Changxi swung her sword with her right hand, slicing horizontally along the corner of its mouth. Blood sprayed instantly, and its mouth could no longer close. The skin at the corner of the mouth was indeed more tender. Bian Changxi quickly finished off the 2 rats. Looking at the 2 carcasses, she crouched down to dig into their brains. Mutant beasts also had a certain chance of producing crystal cores. Unfortunately, her luck was bad. Neither of these two had even half a core. She pulled back the curtain and entered the kitchen. The kitchen was a mess. A human corpse lay on the floor, gnawed beyond recognition. Next to it was the body of a zombie, with its head cut off. It seemed this person had come in looking for things, killed the zombie, but was then killed by the mutant rats acting as the mantis stalking the cicada. She saw that the zombie's head was still intact. Digging it open, she found a bright white core. The quality was excellent, looking as if it were on the verge of evolving to Tier 2. There was no concept of Tier 1 or Tier 2 cores yet. Although this white core wasn't a true Tier 2, the energy inside was probably equivalent to 3 Tier 1 white cores. It would be a waste to exchange it as a Tier 1. A true Tier 2 core could be exchanged for 10 Tier 1 cores of the same type. When Bian Changxi had obtained that Tier 2 green core and told Lin Rongrong it could be exchanged for 10 Tier 1 white cores, it was actually because the quality and energy of that green core hadn't reached a true Tier 2 level, so its value was greatly discounted. These estimations were based on personal feeling. In the future, when crystal cores became more common, the wealthy and powerful wouldn't care about such details for the sake of convenience. They would simply calculate value based on the tier. It was like silver in ancient times. In TV dramas, even broken silver seemed to have a clear weight, and you could just toss a piece out without needing change. In reality, silver had to be weighed to avoid errors. In the future, specialized instruments would be invented to act as these scales, measuring the accurate value of crystal cores. But for now, there were no scales and no experience, so good and bad were all mixed together. She looked around the kitchen and found some withered, dried-up vegetables. She picked out the ones that were still passable and tossed them into the farm to give the chickens and ducks a treat. Everything else was either spoiled or not worth taking. She walked out, picked up the 2 dead mutant rats, and went to a crossroad that was easy to escape from. She dropped the rat carcasses on the ground, letting the scent of blood spread with the wind. Before long, the zombies came. An hour later, Bian Changxi held 5 newly acquired white cores and 1 earthy yellow crystal core. She wiped away the filth and held them up to the light. She grinned, showing her teeth. Not bad, not bad. Although it was just an earth element core, it should be enough to exchange for a green core. She rested for a bit, packed her things, and headed back. The exchange location was also in the train station, originally a ticket hall. Now, 3 windows had been opened, directly transformed into crystal core sales. 1 window was for white cores to colored cores, 1 for colored cores to white cores, and the 3rd for cores to supplies. There were also people who wanted to use supplies to exchange for cores, but unfortunately, that wasn't an option. There weren't as many people inside as there had been in the morning. Bian Changxi thought about where to go for a colored-to-colored exchange and walked directly to the white-to-colored window. I'd like to exchange for 1 green crystal core. The staff member inside had a stern face as he pulled a green core from a drawer. Its color was quite pale, and the quality wasn't great. Bian Changxi frowned. How many green cores do you have? Can I choose one myself? The other person looked up, somewhat dissatisfied, but didn't dare offend someone who could obtain crystal cores. He reluctantly pulled out a small plastic box containing 5 green cores. He didn't place it where Bian Changxi could reach, fearing she might snatch them. You can only look, not touch. Tell me which one you want, and I'll get it for you. Is this all? Green cores are the most exchanged, even more than blue cores. I heard it's because a top-tier wood user appeared, and now every wood user wants to become like her. The man's tone was somewhat disdainful, but his eyes showed pure envy. Blue cores were exchanged frequently because they were directly related to water resources. If energy was sufficient, water element users could produce water more quickly and in larger quantities. Bian Changxi rubbed her nose. Was it really because of me? She looked them over. None of the 5 were particularly good. Oh well. She picked the best one. I want that one. Excuse me, I'd like to exchange this green core for 2 white cores, and the rest for food. Is that okay? A voice came from the window next to her. Bian Changxi turned to look. It was Chen Haitao. She saw the green core in his hand, and her eyes lit up. Wait. Eh? Miss Bian, you're here too. Bian Changxi walked over. Can I exchange for your green core? I happen to need this. I have white cores and food. But I only have 1 white core on me. Can I owe you 1? I'll make it up to you this afternoon. Of course, no problem. Don't talk about owing. Miss Bian, you saved my grandfather. It's only right that I give this green core to you. It was just that they were short on money and under huge survival pressure, so he couldn't afford to be overly generous. Chen Haitao quickly handed the green core to her. Bian Changxi waved her hand. Wait for me a moment. She exchanged her 10 white cores and the earth element core for 2 green cores, then said to Chen Haitao, I have the food at my place. Come with me. There was no food at her quarters, of course, but there was still some in the farm. The food Bian Changxi had bought before the apocalypse hadn't been finished yet. Later, Xiao Yun had given her some at the supermarket, and she had borrowed some more. Yesterday, the injured people she had healed had also sent some food as a token of gratitude, so she didn't have a food crisis for the time being. She entered the room and saw that Wei Xiaodong wasn't there, and neither were the people in the next room. Perfect. She took out half a box of instant noodles, 2 bottles of mixed congee, a can of beef, and some biscuits and water from the farm. She thought about it. Chen Haitao wasn't with Gu Shu anymore. There were 4 people in their family, and only 1.5 had any combat power. It was truly difficult. That green core was tier 2. Although it hadn't reached the completion stage, it was even better than the one she had obtained before. It couldn't have been easy to get this core. She had already gotten the better end of the deal and couldn't cheat him. She decided to put in 4 bowls of instant noodles, 4 bottles of congee, and since she didn't have much canned beef herself, she kept 2 cans and gave him 3. She stuffed in more marinated eggs and sausages, and a few bars of chocolate. After piecing it all together, the box was full, and she had to carry the water and biscuits separately. Take it. Most of this was given to me by people yesterday. I can't carry it all, and I'd worry about it being stolen if I left it in the room. That green core of yours is very good. It's worth this much. After seeing off Chen Haitao, who only accepted the items after much persuasion, she tucked the green core away and headed back to District B. I still owe 1 white core. Keep working. Meanwhile, after walking for a while, Chen Haitao came to a person. Captain Gu, Miss Bian took the green core. These things. Gu Shu looked up, his gaze passing over the food that was enough to make anyone envious and landing on the white core. He took it and looked at it. If she gave it to you, just keep it. This white core is worth 3 ordinary ones. Be careful when absorbing the energy. That tier 2 green core was naturally not something someone of Chen Haitao's level could obtain. It had been provided by Gu Shu. Chen Haitao thought to himself that Captain Gu must have known Miss Bian was short on green cores and came up with this method to help her. But it was truly strange. What exactly was going on between the 2 of them that they had to make things so complicated? He had seen Miss Bian exchange for that earthy yellow core. In the past, she would have given it directly to Wu Dalang. Lost in thought, he heard Gu Shu's voice and opened his mouth in surprise. But Miss Bian said she would give me another one. Thinking of something, Gu Shu gave a slight, knowing smile. She doesn't like taking advantage of people. If she wants to give you another one, just take it. If Bian Changxi knew the green core had been provided by Gu Shu, she probably wouldn't be able to smile. Regardless, she was in a great mood now. As long as she had food, weapons, and green cores, she was basically satisfied and asked for nothing more. She was in a state of contentment, killing zombies. Although it was hard and dangerous work, she felt it was fulfilling and free. By the time the sun was sinking in the west, she had hunted more than 10 crystal cores. She went to the train station and found that green cores were already out of stock. She sighed with regret and found Chen Haitao to return the white core. Chen Haitao was now a member of the warrior squad. His father hadn't qualified and wasn't recruited, but through Gu Shu's connections, he had secured a position in the management squad. Both father and son each had a quota for a family member, so the family of 4 was allocated a small room by the military. They were managed and protected by the military, and food and water were distributed daily, though the amount was very small. However, this peaceful life didn't last long. The next day, which was the 13th day of the apocalypse, the remaining troops of the Jiangcheng military region, a total of over 75,000 people, finally arrived. Commander Chu Shanjin, the helmsman of the Jiangcheng military region, also finally appeared. He delivered an important speech and announced that they would move out the next day, leaving the new district for the Sioux City base. Because of this announcement, the entire new district, which had finally been somewhat organized, became completely busy. Bian Changxi had nothing to her name and could grab her bag and leave at any time. She stood quietly in the wind, looking toward the city center, her brow slightly furrowed. Bian Quang still hadn't arrived. It really didn't make sense. In her past life, the Bian family had gone to Sioux City with the military. She looked up from under the brim of her hat. The sunlight seemed like a continuous sheet of rays, and the world was a giant oven. In the distance, the ground seemed to be shimmering with oily smoke. It was the hottest time of the day. If she returned to the city center now, if all went well, she could still be back before dark. She put on her sunglasses to leave, but a soldier guarding the entrance to the new district reached out to stop her. "What are you doing?" "Orders from above. The new district is only for entering, not for leaving." Bian Changxi was stunned for a moment, her brow furrowing. "Is that so?" "Yes. It's crawling with zombies out there. Only the new district is safe. The chief doesn't want any more casualties before the retreat," the soldier replied. "I have important business outside. I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens." "Orders are orders." The soldier's tone turned cold and hard. "Go back. No one is allowed out, only in. It's the same at all the other entrances." Another small wave of survivors arrived, wailing and mourning as if they were at a funeral. The soldiers went over to maintain order. Bian Changxi stood in place for 2 seconds, then continued walking forward. The soldier had been keeping an eye on her, and seeing this, he said angrily, "Hey. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me tell you to go back?" He reached out rudely, as if to shove her. Bian Changxi was equally rude. She grabbed his arm and used his momentum to pull him toward her. The soldier felt a massive, yet skillful force pull him into a spin. By the time he regained his senses, he was lying on the scorching ground. Bian Changxi retracted her foot and muttered to herself, "They want to control everything, but they can't control where I go. Their reach is a bit too long." The other soldiers saw something was wrong and immediately abandoned the refugees, surrounding Bian Changxi and blocking her path. This display of force terrified the refugees, who didn't dare make a sound, having no idea what was happening. The clerk responsible for registration quickly picked up a pager to contact someone. Of course, that pager was more advanced than the one Bian Changxi had. It could even handle a few words of conversation. But before he could dial, someone arrived from within the new district. A military jeep roared to a halt, and several people stepped out. The leader, dressed in a white shirt, said with a smile, "What's going on here?" "Miss Bian, you're here." Bian Changxi turned to look. "Chunan." The soldiers snapped their feet together and gave a crisp military salute. "Young Master Chiu." Bian Changxi didn't wait for them to complain first and said directly, "I want to leave the new district, and they won't let me. This isn't right. I recall I still have my personal rights. It's not specifically targeting you. It's the same for everyone. No one can leave the new district without special circumstances. Chunan waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers and said with a smile, "Before the apocalypse, our Jiangcheng area was a major disaster zone for the flu. The number of zombies in the city center has increased exponentially. Last time, 5,000 people were nearly wiped out. Who can guarantee they'll return in one piece after leaving the new district?" Bian Changxi dismissed his words with a wave of her hand. "Don't give me those empty words." Chunan gave a bitter smile, took a step closer, and said in a low voice, "Miss Bian, don't make things difficult for me. The military has an obligation to protect the safety of important talent, even if it means using special measures if necessary. Why make things unpleasant for both of us?" He had been doing a lot of this lately. He had learned early on that Bian Changxi was heading toward the entrance. Realizing that none of her family members had come to the new district, he knew what she was planning to do and quickly brought his men over. How could they let her run off? The military had a list of important names, people who were outstanding in their respective fields, including ability users and key technical personnel. Even if they couldn't be controlled for now, they would be recruited in the near future. Bian Changxi was one of the latter. He wouldn't say that her every move was being watched, but the military generally wanted to know where she went and what she did. If she left and didn't return, it would be a loss for the military. Bian Changxi snorted. She knew about the military's actions, but since they hadn't disturbed her daily life, she had temporarily turned a blind eye for the sake of everyone's peace. After all, except for someone like Gushu, no one else's scrutiny could put pressure on her. But restricting her movement was unacceptable. What you want are useful talents, not prisoners. I'm not going out to die. Tell them to let me through. Using force won't benefit either side. A man behind Chunan scoffed. Chu ate the big talk. Why don't we see who it won't benefit? Bian Changxi looked up. She remembered this man was the ice element user from that day, the one who had used every ounce of his strength just to freeze a mutant ant. Next to him was the female water element user. Despite the scorching sun, the two of them looked perfectly dry and stood there quite leisurely. "Ah gang." Chunan rebuked him, then said earnestly to Bian Changxi, "You should go back. The city center is so dangerous. Even if you manage to reach your destination alone, are you sure you'll find them? Besides, there are so many roads from Jiangcheng to Sioux City. Not everyone leaving the city will come here. When my father brought the troops over, he encountered many survivors who adamantly refused to go with the military. Perhaps your family is among them." Bian Changxi took off her sunglasses and held them in her hand, tilting her head as she stared at him. Her eyes were dark, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. Suddenly, she sighed. "Now that Commander Chayu is here, your confidence has certainly grown. So you're not letting me go no matter what." Chunan's expression changed, and he said awkwardly, "How can you say that? We're doing this for your own good." Bian Changxi spread her hands. "But you should also know that forced fruit isn't sweet. Regardless of whether it's for my own good, it's true that you're going against my will. Aren't you worried that if one of you gets seriously injured, I might pull something while treating you?" "You wouldn't dare." Ageng made a threatening gesture. The corners of Bian Changxi's mouth curved slightly. Her expression was pure and harmless, but her eyes clearly showed that she would indeed dare. Anyone with a bit of spirit would be furious after being repeatedly blocked. Chunan wiped away some sweat. "Then what do you want?" "I want to see the surveillance footage." "Street surveillance?" "That's impossible. Right now, radio waves are in chaos worldwide. Only a few communication devices can barely function. It's likely impossible to tune the city's surveillance channels here. Besides, that's the responsibility of the public security system. Then go find them for help. If you can do this, then as long as I'm alive and you can find me, you can come to me whenever you're injured." "How about it?" "I won't get injured easily," Chunan said, but he couldn't help but be tempted. From what he could see, Bian Changxi's ability was several levels ahead of other wood users. She could already bring people back from the brink of death. There was no telling how she would develop in the future. Those so-called experts and professors were already predicting that since she could repair tissue and sew up wounds with just her power, the divine realm of growing flesh on bones or reviving the dead might not just be a fantasy. Being on good terms with such a person, or even getting a definite promise, was like buying a massive insurance policy. His handsome face flickered with calculation, and he soon looked directly at Bian Changxi. "Why didn't you go to Gushu?" Bian Changxi's face stiffened for a moment, and she said coolly, "I think I'll just go find Xiao Jing directly. He should be very happy to." Wait. Chu Nan immediately stopped her. "You keep your word. No time limit." I don't want to make absolute promises, but I am sincere." Sincerity was enough. Where there was a will, there was a way. Chu Nan breathed a sigh of relief. "Get in the car. This sun is hot enough to dry a person out. You have your ability to handle it, but I don't." Bian Changxi also smiled. If they put their minds to it, the surveillance could definitely be retrieved, because someone had done exactly that in her past life. She was truly foolish for not thinking of such a shortcut sooner. It was a bit late now, well, very late, but if she could confirm Bian Quang was still in the city, she would make another trip. Otherwise, she could only take things one step at a time. She was about to get into the car when she suddenly heard someone cry out in alarm, "Look!" "What's that?" "A dark cloud." She turned to look at the horizon. A streak of dark cloud had appeared, approaching rapidly and growing larger. The screeching of some kind of bird echoed in the air. There was a sense of rapidly swirling air currents and a sudden drop in pressure. Dust and scraps of paper on the ground were beginning to fly. She squinted and stared for a moment, then her expression suddenly changed. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Find a place to hide." "What's wrong?" "What is that?" "It's birds." Gang also had good eyesight. His face paled as he shoved Bian Changxi aside and pushed Chu Nan into the car. "Young Master Chiu, get in." Drive. Bian Changxi was caught off guard and stumbled a few steps. Gang and the water user named Yue had already scrambled into the car with Chu Nan. The jeep spun around, spewing a cloud of black smoke as it sped away. Bian Changxi's eyes widened. "I'll be damned. People who act this dishonorably should watch out for lightning strikes." She quickly looked for cover nearby. Before she could even crouch down, a low-pressure shadow descended over her head. What else could be moving in the sky? That dark cloud was naturally not a real cloud, nor was it some high-end, mysterious UFO. It was a swarm of mutant birds whose size had increased dramatically, coming to destroy the survivors. They were incredibly fast, their wings large and powerful. By the time one felt the air current from their wings and saw those sharp, hideous beaks, it was too late to dodge. The lead bird flying at the front let out a sharp shriek and dove toward a man who was frozen in place with terror. With a crunch like a beak snapping shut on something, the bird vanished into the distance. The man let out a heart-wrenching howl. His right eye was gone, leaving only a bloody black hole. As if it were a signal to feast, at that same moment, the dense swarm of birds surged into the crowd. It was like concentrated sulfuric acid being poured into water. People fled in all directions, screaming and trampling each other. The sound of frantic pecking was like the rapid-fire rat-tat-tat of a machine gun. Those closer to Bian Changxi had heard her warning more clearly and had hidden quickly, rushing into buildings, ducking under trees, or crouching by cars, managing to escape the first wave. But once they regained their senses, most of them were still so terrified that they bolted, making themselves targets for the bird swarm. Bian Changxi shouted, "Don't run blindly. Find cover." At this entrance of the new district facing the city, the gate was flanked by neat rows of high-rise buildings and factories, with a wide road in between. Most of the people inside and outside the gate had just arrived. having fled from the city in a panic. They were exhausted and thought they could finally catch their breath, only to be hit by a sudden attack. They were completely caught off guard. Bian Changxi's voice was completely drowned out in the chaos. Bian Changxi decisively drew her pistol and fired into the sky. The deafening bang-bang startled the mutant birds, causing a momentary chaotic flutter. At the crude fortifications in front of the new district, the soldiers, who just 2 minutes ago only knew how to use human wave tactics against Bian Changxi to show off their numbers, saw this and quickly took cover. Leaning against walls, hiding behind trees, or peeking out from behind tables, they began firing into the air. Some of the more alert ones fired directly into the center of the flock. The birds were startled into scattering, soaring up to circle overhead, seemingly trying to figure out what the loud noise was, if it was dangerous, and where to start eating this massive spread of food. Some birds, in an attempt to escape the range of the bullets, surged forward and actually caught up with the jeep, pecking madly at the windows. The jeep swerved violently, its front wheel hitting a utility pole before plunging uncontrollably into a roadside ditch. Bian Changxi's eye twitched. Although she really wanted to laugh and say serves you right, she was actually quite worried about Chu Nan. He still had to help her get the surveillance footage. Suddenly, her heart went cold, and she snapped her head up to look at the sky. Among the flock of mutant birds, each the size of an adult's arm, the leader stood out distinctly. Its body was massive, shaped like a perfect spindle. Its feathers looked as if they were cast from steel, gleaming coldly. In its reddish-yellow beak, it held a piece of human flesh. Its bloody, sharp eyes were fixed tight on Bian Changxi, as if it knew she was the strongest, most difficult, and most delicious prey among the food below. It tossed the meat from its mouth, causing the surrounding birds to swarm and fight over it. Meanwhile, it flapped its wings, whipping up a powerful airflow as it dove straight for Bian Changxi. This dive was several times faster than when it had attacked the man earlier. Its pitch-black body looked like a streak of light. Bian Changxi's pupils constricted. At such high speed, dodging was impossible. She quickly raised her right hand, firing repeatedly, while her left hand waved out 4 wood spikes. She also released 2 thick vines that instantly wove into a barrier in front of her, simultaneously grabbing the backpack from her back to use as a shield. Although the bullets were fired in a panic, her aim was true. The alpha bird was forced to deviate slightly, its speed dropping imperceptibly. The 4 wood spikes seemed to predict its reaction, grazing its body and forcibly knocking off several hard feathers. The friction was so intense due to the high speed that sparks flashed on the wood spikes. Gray smoke like thin threads rose from the bird's body, slowing it down further. The alpha bird let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings furiously as it pierced through the vine barrier and slammed into the backpack in front of Bian Changxi's face. Bian Changxi grunted, thrown backward. She slid over a meter on her back before hitting a wall, then scrambled to get up. Her head was spinning, and the taste of iron rose in her throat. What powerful force! This bird is at least tier 2. If not for the 3 layers of defense, and if she hadn't placed a fire axe inside the backpack to act as a shield, she likely would have been disemboweled by the impact. This bird is vicious. She tossed the backpack aside and gripped her pistol tightly. The bird had slammed headfirst into the axe, so it naturally wasn't feeling great either. It crashed to the ground, stunned for a second or two longer than Bian Changxi. Just as it struggled to take flight, Bian Changxi chased after it, firing. One shot grazed its chest and abdomen, another hit the tip of its wing, shearing off a few feathers. The alpha bird swayed and let out a few cries. Kick it while it's down. Bian Changxi released 2 more vines. One spiraled toward the bird's head, while the other locked directly onto its legs, yanking downward. The alpha bird shrieked and struggled desperately, its wings spreading open with a whoosh. The vines snapped into segments and scattered. Bian Changxi hurriedly shielded her face with her arm, but a small piece of the broken vine still hit the corner of her eye. She stumbled back. She quickly scrambled up and wiped her right eye. It was covered in blood. Her entire right field of vision was a blur of red, and a burning pain seared through her eye. Shocked, she hurriedly grabbed a crystal core with her left hand and pressed it near her eye while standing straight to search for the bird. It hadn't flown away. It had pulled itself up and was struggling in midair against the vines on its legs. Clearly, its withered claws weren't as powerful as its wings, and it couldn't shake them off. It flew crookedly, letting out sharp, piercing cries. Suddenly, it lowered its head, fixing its increasingly blood-red and violent eyes on Bian Changxi. It cawed a few times, sounding like a provocation or a curse, and circled menacingly above her head. Bian Changxi only had her left eye remaining. She blinked several times to focus and saw blood flowing from the base of its beak, the tip of which was cracked and deformed, evidence of how hard that collision had been. Its chest, abdomen, wingtips, and both wings were also bloody. Because its feet were bound, its flight posture was stiff. It was just fierce in appearance, but weak inside. She glanced around hurriedly. The surroundings were a mess. Everyone was too busy saving themselves to help her. She knew she couldn't shoot accurately anymore, so she decisively holstered the gun and drew her blade, waving it at the bird. "Stupid bird. Come on. Come down here." The alpha bird screeched ferociously and suddenly circled behind her to dive. Bian Changxi spun around reflexively like a spring, even faster than the bird could position itself. She swept her straight blade out. The alpha bird jerked its body upward, but its underbelly was still slashed, sending feathers drifting down like snow. It was absolutely furious. At this moment, the soldiers began concentrating their fire on the flock, and troops and warrior squads emerged from the new district. Seeing reinforcements arriving, the alpha bird tilted its head impatiently, flapping its large wings. It curled its sharp claws, stared at Bian Changxi for a moment, then suddenly flew higher, hovering directly above her. Bian Changxi didn't know why, so she looked up, nearly blinded by the high sun. Suddenly, a dark shadow dropped down. She swung her knife to slash at it, seemingly hitting something, but warm specks splattered onto her face. Suspicious, she pulled back her knife to look, and her face immediately turned black. Sticking to her straight blade was clearly a pile of wet bird droppings. "Gua gua gua." The alpha bird seemed very smug. It flapped its wings and soared high, letting out a long cry. The chaotic mutant birds immediately followed, forming a formation again like an apocalyptic vortex in the sky. They circled a few times before leaving as quickly as they had come, turning into a dark cloud on the horizon. Bian Changxi glared at the receding figure of the alpha bird, dropped her knife, and wiped the stuff off her face. "Disgusting. What kind of bird is this? If you can't win, you play dirty." The army and warrior squads finally arrived to clean up the mess. The area was filled with wailing and casualties. A figure blocked the harsh sunlight. "Miss Bian, are you all right?" Bian Changxi looked up. It was actually Wu Dalang. She thought to herself, "Thank God I wiped the bird poop off." She blinked, testing her eye, and shook her head. "I'm fine, just a scratch." But blood had gotten into her eye. She looked down to find her backpack, wanting to wash it out. Wu Dalang picked up the bag for her. She said thanks. Someone over there shouted for Wu Dalang, so he said a quick goodbye and ran over. Bian Changxi hid in the shade of a tree to rinse the blood from her eye. She covered it with a clean towel, still feeling an uncomfortable sensation of a foreign object. It was a blessing in misfortune. If that vine had pierced directly into her eyeball, with her current healing level, the eye would have been lost. She put on her hat and stood up to look around. Not many people had died, though a few had been disemboweled and eaten clean. The flock seemed to have attacked selectively. For others, the pecks were mostly light. But even light pecks from those beaks tore flesh, so many people were covered in bloody holes, screaming miserably. Suddenly remembering something, she walked toward the military jeep. Several soldiers were dragging people out of it. She walked closer and couldn't help but be amused. Several of them were bruised and swollen, especially the driver and Chu Nan. Likely because they had no abilities, their heads were bleeding. Chu Nan seemed to have injured his leg. A soldier who looked experienced was checking him. "Young Master Chiu, you okay?" Chu Nan leaned against a tree trunk, his face pale, grimacing in pain. "Sorry about that. I didn't react in time, otherwise I never would have run away like that." Bian Changxi nodded. "I didn't react in time either." That guy, Agong, had pulled her. Her arm still throbbed faintly. She looked at Agong. He was stuck deep inside the vehicle, wedged into the seat. Soldiers were pulling him out with all their might. A trace of hostility flashed in Chu Nan's eyes. "Don't worry, I'll discipline him." Ever since they got abilities, these people's bones have gotten light. Fleeing from battle was not something a soldier should do. Chu Nan wasn't a soldier, he was a respected businessman, but Ah Gong and the others held military ranks. Their actions today were enough to warrant severe punishment. Bian Changxi nodded. "Let me take a look at you first. See, this is where I come in handy." This incident attracted significant attention from the leadership. Bian Changxi was called in for questioning again. Her account was no different from others, so she was quickly released and pulled over to treat the wounded. Meanwhile, preparations for the new district's evacuation became even more frantic. All survivors, unless on a mission, were forbidden from leaving the new district's perimeter. The entire area was effectively under martial law, and the defensive forces on the perimeter increased several times over. After Bian Changxi finished treating the wounded, she only treated those with severe injuries to conserve energy. She went to check on the burn victims from yesterday. Another one had died. Now only one remained. She touched the scabbed-over wound at the corner of her eye and prepared to find a chair to rest. "How is my brother?" Liu Meng suddenly walked over from somewhere, his face gloomy, looking as if he had aged several years in a single day. Bian Changxi looked at the badge on his chest. It was a badge the management squad had commissioned some women and students to sew overnight in exchange for a few biscuits. A piece of iron cut into a circle, polished smooth, wrapped in special fabric, with a safety pin made of fine steel wire on the back. On the front, a machete was drawn. This was the symbol of the warrior squad. The medical squad had a similar emblem, a round badge with a blood-red cross drawn on it. Bian Changxi thought it looked incredibly lame, but there was no helping it. Time was tight, materials were scarce, so it was just a token gesture for now. She hadn't expected Liu Meng to join the warrior squad. But it made sense. His brothers from his scalping days had been scattered or killed by zombies on the road, and many more had burned to death yesterday. Almost all of them were gone. His oil hadn't sold for a good price and had burned up yesterday as well. Aside from his ability, this man had no capital left. Compared to his glorious success in her past life, the difference was like heaven and earth. Bian Changxi thought to herself that, to some extent, his current state was because of her. Her rebirth, aside from the changes she intentionally made, had also caused some unintentional butterfly effects. She followed Liu Meng's gaze to the surviving burn victim, whose condition was gradually improving. With a few more days of treatment, he should be fine. I heard that even if he survives, he'll be disfigured and physically frail. You'll have to ask a doctor about that. I don't know. Liu Meng nodded and didn't say anything else. Bian Changxi felt something was off. She moved her shoulder, causing a twinge of pain in her back. It must have been scraped when that bird knocked her to the ground. She hadn't noticed it before, but now it was definitely swollen. She quickly treated herself, then pained to discover that the green crystal core in her hand had lost its color and luster. These low-quality crystal cores were consumed so quickly. A group of people hurriedly walked into the train station. Liu Meng, let's go. Training downstairs. Bian Changxi looked up. It was a large group, walking in a disorderly fashion. The front row was already going down the escalator, while the back hadn't even entered yet. Their badges showed they were all from the warrior squad. She heard that these ability users, or people with good combat skills but no abilities, had been gathered in the last 2 days. Their combat awareness was poor, and they didn't even know how to cooperate. Since they were setting off tomorrow, they all had to undergo special training today. This was probably just a portion of them. The weather was scorching hot. The new district had no open, shaded areas, so it seemed they were using the covered train tracks below the station as a training ground. The person calling Liu Meng turned back to the group behind. "Keep up. Captain Gu is waiting downstairs." Gushu." "He's here," and went downstairs. Bian Changxi blinked and finally found a clean plastic chair to sit on in the open space next to the medical area. She reached out and grabbed a plastic fan to fan herself. In this weather, ice and water types were the most annoying. They came with their own cooling functions. Her wood type couldn't do that. Though that wasn't entirely true. They say it's cool under a big tree. Once her tier increased, her heat resistance would climb as well. She looked down at her slender, scallion-white left hand, silently recalling the battle with the mutant bird. If she hadn't been caught off guard and injured, would there have been a better way to deal with it? After thinking it over, she helplessly realized she didn't have any good methods. She had an inherent disadvantage against flying enemies. Fire, wind, and space types had fireballs and blades that gave them a fighting chance. Others had no advantage at all. If she could instantly release several vines to drag it down, that would be good. But facts proved that unless the speed, quantity, and quality of the vines were high tier, they were useless. Not to mention, she could currently only release wood energy through her left hand. She could only release 2 thick vines at a time, or control 5 thin ones simultaneously. As for wood spikes, only 4 at a time. The spirit was willing, but the flesh was weak. It was the 13th day of the apocalypse, and 10 days since abilities awakened. When would she become stronger? She closed her eyes to sense her state. She should be in the late stage of Tier 1, approaching the peak. Normally, there would still be a considerable amount of time before advancing to Tier 2. Advancing tiers in the apocalypse was difficult, and it got harder later on. Developing a mental ability later meant advancing with it, which was like cultivating 2 abilities at once, doing 2 things with one mind. The difficulty wasn't just a little bit higher. In her past life, 7 years into the apocalypse, Tier 8 was considered expert level, and Tier 9 was rare as a phoenix feather. In the Yunhua base, there were none. The leader, Ju Yunhwa, had just entered the late stage of Tier 8 and needed several months of cultivation to reach the peak of Tier 8. Standing at the pinnacle was Gushu. Some guessed he was already Tier 10, but that was just a guess. No one knew the truth. Of course, this didn't count those without mental abilities. Even if such people shot up to Tier 12 like a rocket, they wouldn't last a few rounds against a Tier 9 dual-element user. Calculating this way, advancing 1 tier a year at Tier 7 or 8 was considered extremely impressive. At Tiers 1 and 2, advancing every few months was considered excellent. She remembered that in her past life, she had just barely stepped into Tier 3 after more than a year, while the highest in Sioux City base was Tier 5. She secretly decided she had better reach Tier 2 within the first month to establish her advantage. Come, we are members of the management squad. Newcomers, report your names. How many people in your family are here? What do you do? What are your specialties? Tell us everything so we can arrange a team for you. 2 people walked into the medical area. One was a woman with charming, narrow eyes. Her gaze swept around and landed on Bian Changxi, who was resting with her eyes closed in the corner. Wearing a smirk, she walked over. "Oh my, Miss Bian Changxi. You're resting your mind. Celebrities really are different. Everyone else is working themselves to death, but you're so leisurely. It makes people envious." Bian Changxi only felt a wave of perfume assault her nose, stinging her senses. Frowning, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was an orange floral shirt, followed by a rather spectacular pair of breasts. She leaned her head back slightly, looking up with a hint of surprise. Yang Xiaowen. The heavy makeup of the past had been replaced by a lighter look. Her lips were coated in shimmering pink gloss, and her light burgundy wavy hair was pinned up, with a strand or two falling loose, whether intentionally or coincidentally, onto her delicate collarbone. Bian Changxi found that this woman looked somewhat better than before. Her entire demeanor seemed naturally charming, with a touch of playfulness amidst the seduction. She could definitely catch people's eyes. She clicked her tongue silently, as expected of the social butterfly who could rival Bian Wei. In this apocalypse, where women generally looked like men and men looked like savages, she must attract countless heroes to bow down to her. No, she seemed even more attractive than in the past life. Perhaps Bian Changxi was seeing things. Miss Bian still remembers me. Ho ho ho, I'm honored. Yang Xiaowen covered her mouth with a hand painted with transparent glitter nail polish, laughing with a tremble that drew the gazes of nearby men, whose eyes seemed glued to her. Bian Changxi, however, shuddered with disgust and said coldly, "If you have business, say it. If not, go away. You're dazzling my eyes." Yang Xiaowen froze, glaring at her hatefully for a second before composing herself. Smiling, she said, "Here, I came to give you this." Bian Changxi looked at the plastic card, the size of an ID card. It had her name, the number 5-0523, and the simple designation medical group engraved on it, along with a military stamp. "This is your ID card. Tomorrow, you'll go with the medical group of the 5th convoy. The car number is 5-0523. Remember to be there before 3 a.m. We depart at dawn. You can board with the card, or come find me and I'll take you." "You?" "That's right," Yang Xiaowen said, looking even more smug as she lifted her petite chin. "I'm the administrator for your section in the 5th convoy. If you have any problems on the way north to Sioux City, remember to tell me. Don't be shy. We're old acquaintances after all." Bian Changxi was silent for a moment. She took the ID card and examined it carefully without looking up. "All right, I got it." Yang Xiaowen choked. "That's it." She was the manager, and Bian Changxi was the managed. Shouldn't Bian Changxi show a little shock, anger, or displeasure? She just accepted it like that. Yang Xiaowen was the type who looked for trouble when there was none. When people didn't give her trouble, she felt a sense of loss. Perhaps because she lost the chance to show off, she walked a few steps, thought of something, and turned back happily. "Oh, right. The 5th convoy is mainly a convoy for medical personnel. They are currently modifying the medical vehicles outside. If you have nothing to do, go lend a hand. It's hot, and everything needs to be done before dark. Another person helps a little." Her voice was loud, as if she wanted everyone to know Bian Changxi had such a task. Bian Changxi glanced at her from the corner of her eye. What was this? A villain achieving success. Back at the supermarket in the city, they had a dispute. The cause was Yang Xiaowen courting death. The development was Bian Changxi fighting back, and they had disliked each other inside the supermarket too. They hadn't met since arriving at the new district. Bian Changxi was depressed. She considered herself broad-minded, having let go of the grudges from her past life with this person, treating her like air. Why did she jump out to pick a fight? To say it was a coincidence that Yang Xiaowen managed the exact area she was assigned to. She found that hard to believe. Could this woman be any pettier? Was that group of people still plotting to destroy her since they couldn't recruit her? Stop joking. She might believe it if that boss Zhang had some crooked ideas, but who were these people? The truth was, these people felt like they were the kings of the world. They hadn't actually given up paying attention to Bian Changxi since arriving at the new district. They just hadn't had the chance to do anything, busy with their own survival. Now that she had separated from Gu Shu's side, coming and going alone for the past 2 days with seemingly loose ties to the military, and having displayed superior healing abilities, Brother Leopard and Yang Dizong's thoughts became active again. It just so happened that they had spent a lot of effort pulling strings to insert people into various squads. Yang Xiaowen got into the management squad. To gain an advantage, they pulled a few more strings to have her manage Bian Changxi directly. Of course, Yang Xiaowen's sarcastic showing off was purely due to a hidden female jealousy. Bian Changxi didn't think too much about it, nor did she care to waste words with Yang Xiaowen. She turned and walked out of the station's main gate. Inside and outside the large shed in the station square, there were indeed many dark green military trucks parked. Craftsmen and medical staff were busy working on and under the vehicles, modifying them into mobile medical bays for the wounded. Bian Changxi had no intention of going up to help. Instead, she pulled her cap down and walked into the still scorching sunlight. 10 minutes later, she arrived at the place she had agreed upon with Chu Nan. Perhaps because he had personally experienced the miraculous power of the wood element, Chu Nan, whose head was no longer bleeding and who was no longer limping, was very efficient. He had obtained the surveillance footage in less than 2 hours. I was really extorted by that bastard Xiao Jing for this. He cried poverty, but seeing Bian Changxi ignore him and stare at the recording, he spread his hands and got down to business. The villa area you mentioned is a gathering place for social elites, either high officials or wealthy merchants. Nothing can be filmed there. There are only cameras on the road coming out of there. The footage was adjusted to that location, then slowly expanded and switched continuously. An hour later, Bian Changxi leaned back on the sofa, her fingers resting on her chin, staring blankly. The Bian family had indeed left. Although the surveillance was from several days ago, subsequent footage was missing due to power or line issues. It was clear that the Bian family had left their residence. However, they had taken a different national highway and did not come toward the new district. And it wasn't just the Bian family. At least 2 other families were on the road with them. The Tou family from the auto industry and the Shu family from the clothing industry. Along with a large number of employees, bodyguards, others from the business world, hired thugs, and professional athletes sponsored by the families. A massive group of people, numbering no less than 10,000, set off in a mighty formation, seemingly well prepared. Bian Quang was among them. The camera captured a few shots of his expressionless profile and back. She suddenly felt irritable. Others had their reasons for not coming to the new district, but why didn't Bian Quang come? She was alone outside. There was a high probability she would listen to the broadcast and come to the new district. Even if she hadn't come, in Bian Quang's eyes, he should have come to these populated places to look for her. Did that bastard think that, when she said we'll meet again on the phone, she meant meeting in Sioux City? He was way too relaxed about her safety, wasn't he? Although she had told him to be patient, Bian Changxi was still somewhat unhappy. Or rather, somewhat disappointed. After struggling with it for a while, she smiled bitterly. If he did this, it was her fault. If he did that, it was her fault. She was really demanding too much. As long as he wasn't trapped in the city, it was fine. As for what he was thinking, she would just ask him when she saw him. Chu Nan brought out 2 cups of lemon water. Here. How is it? Satisfied. I will remember my promise. By the way, it's best not to let others know about this. Bian Changxi didn't take the water. She stood up to leave. Chu Nan smiled. I think Xiao Jing must be dying to know what I'm doing with these tapes right now. So I called those people like you to come watch the tapes. They'll be here soon. You don't mind, do you? People like Bian Changxi meant those with abilities who were watched by the military, but refused to be controlled. Everyone had a few people they cared about. Even if they didn't, they might want to see what the city had become. So, reusing the tapes was efficient. Doing favors was just a matter of convenience. Bian Changxi waved her hand. She asked about Yang Xiaowen, but Chu Nan wasn't clear on those matters. She didn't press him and walked out of his luxuriously decorated, fully equipped room, which unfortunately had a generator roaring nonstop. At 2:40 a.m., Bian Changxi came down from the apartment building wearing a black fleece-lined jacket and a tightly knit beanie covering her ears. However, she wore thin casual pants on her legs and a pair of hiking boots. She carried a backpack and dragged a suitcase. Coming out with her were Wei Xiaodong and the medical squad members living in the same building. Crowds also swarmed downstairs from other buildings in the apartment complex. Management squad, material management squad, communication squad, warrior squad, reconnaissance squad. From this complex to that complex, from this street to that street, it was all people. Bian Changxi yawned and pulled up her collar. The early morning wind felt like it was carrying massive amounts of ice shards, cutting her face like a knife and making people shiver uncontrollably. This damn weather. Hot as hell during the day, freezing to death at night. It's so annoying. More than annoying. You have to change clothes at least twice a day. There are so few cars on the road, we're squeezed to death, and we have to carry heavy quilts and coats. Thinking about the heat later. Oh mother, it's terrifying. Hee hee, isn't there a saying? Wear a fur coat in the morning and gauze at noon. Eat watermelon by the fire. We're experiencing the life of our Xinjiang compatriots. Listening to the complaints and self-deprecating humor around her, Bian Changxi smiled. Wei Xiaodong grumbled, really, why get up so early? You can't even see the road clearly. It's just people squeezing against people. Passing by the train station, the lights were still on. The wounded and sick inside were to be transferred last. Their bodies couldn't handle it, so they were being kept stable for as long as possible. Bian Changxi saw from a distance that people were blocking the entrance, crying and making a scene. Others were carrying out bodies covered in white cloth. Lu Xiaoyang stood to the side. His expression was unclear, but he seemed very gloomy. Her heart stirred, and she squeezed through the crowd. Dr. Lu, did something happen? Seeing her, Lu Xiaoyang's expression relaxed slightly. He sighed, looking at the people blocking the door. Boarding the medical vehicle requires family members to pay a certain fee. Many people are unwilling, and they've been making a scene for a while. Bian Changxi wanted to say that if the family members weren't willing, why should outsiders care? But she knew she couldn't say that to a doctor with strong professional ethics and a sense of responsibility. What does the higher-up say? She asked. Leaving those patients behind is obviously impossible. The negative impact would be too great. But if we let them board without taking any measures, it would look like the military is afraid of them, and it would be unfair to those who paid, Lu Xiaoyang whispered. The higher-up said to let them make noise, but anyone with relatives remaining in hospital beds is not allowed to leave. We'll see if they get anxious when the convoy starts moving. He took off his glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. With this, the noise would continue until dawn. Bian Changxi looked at him sympathetically. I saw someone died just now. Who was it? With her around, there weren't many dying people in the medical area. Those who couldn't be saved had already passed away. She couldn't recall who else would die. At the mention of this, a flash of anger crossed Lu Xiaoyang's face. He looked around and whispered, "Come with me." The two walked to the place where the bodies were kept. Lu Xiaoyang lifted a white cloth for her to see. Bian Changxi's eyelids twitched. This is... It was the burn victim, Liu Meng's only surviving brother. He couldn't have died. He was clearly improving. He just died, Lu Xiaoyang said expressionlessly. I suspect homicide, but I don't know how it was done. Unfortunately, we can't perform an autopsy. The deceased's skin was charred and incomplete. His face was already hideous, and there were no other obvious fatal external injuries. One couldn't determine the cause of death just by looking. Bian Changxi remembered Liu Meng's question during the day. Did Liu Meng come by? Lu Xiaoyang sneered. He did. The patient died right after he paid the fees. He paused. The fee for one person is 1 white nucleus for 3 days, including food, drink, and all medical supplies. He paid exactly 1 white nucleus. Bian Changxi's heart went cold. 1 white nucleus for 3 days was extremely cheap. The fee was just to ensure fairness. Otherwise, why should some people get weighted on hand and foot for doing nothing? What if they refused to leave after recovering? But spending this money to save someone destined to be disfigured and physically frail was worthless. To Liu Meng, this person was just a burden. If that was the truth, then Liu Meng was truly terrifying. She thought of his question, "How is my brother?" and found it ironic. She pursed her lips. It's better not to publicize this. It does you no good. Liu Meng was now an ability user, a member of the warrior squad, and reportedly performed well. Would the military sanction him over a character issue? If you don't kill the tiger, it will come back to bite you. Suddenly, she thought, wasn't Liu Meng like an unkilled tiger to her? To put it bluntly, his fall to this state had her shadow everywhere. Her face turned grim. She remembered Liu Meng's confession after the fire, claiming he never had bad intentions. Wasn't that statement too abrupt? Lu Xiaoyang looked at her meaningfully. You should be careful too. Not long after, the person sent to notify Liu Meng brought him back. With Liu Meng was his warrior squad leader, who had apparently come along to take a look since he had nothing else to do. Upon seeing the deceased, Liu Meng was stunned, then choked up uncontrollably. A grown man clung to the wall, crying. His squad leader clearly appreciated him and was a warm-hearted person. He immediately adopted a stance to stand up for him. Who was in charge of looking after little Liu's brother? Didn't you say he was fine during the day? How did he suddenly pass away? A cold light flashed across Lu Xiaoyang's lenses. He said expressionlessly, I've been treating him the whole time. Are you suggesting I did something? Perfect. I also find the death suspicious. Let's do an autopsy and give everyone an explanation. Seeing Lu Xiaoyang stand his ground, the squad leader chuckled. Dr. Lu, how could I suspect you? It's just a bit strange. The man was heavily injured. Everyone else died. The fact that he lasted this long is proof of Dr. Lu's exquisite medical skills. Little Liu, don't you agree? Liu Meng hadn't expected Lu Xiaoyang to take responsibility so directly. He didn't know what to say, so the matter was left unsettled. No, it wasn't over that simply. Bian Changxi stood in the dark distance, watching coldly, then turned and left silently. Due to the delay, Bian Changxi fell behind her original group. It didn't matter much. She blended into the crowd as usual. After walking 2 blocks and being led by soldiers, she arrived at a large open space outside the new district, formerly rice paddies, now earthen slopes. A long convoy of vehicles had been waiting for a long time. The convoy stretched endlessly, row after row of vehicles. Only the headlights were on. Every small square formation had soldiers holding up camping lanterns. At a glance, it was a sea of heads. Shouts, roll calls, and urging cries rose and fell like a midnight feast. Everyone, including the military, was divided into 6 convoys. One convoy held nearly 100,000 people. There were subdivisions within them. Medical squads were assigned to every convoy, but most went to the 5th convoy. Similarly, the 3rd convoy carried more living supplies and served as the granary, while the 4th convoy carried more weapons and armaments, serving as the arsenal. The supplies of the 2 convoys overlapped, so that if one team had an accident, a certain type of item wouldn't be cut off immediately. As the leader, the 1st convoy was the vanguard unit. The military took up more than 25,000 spots, and government security forces took nearly 5,000. The 2nd convoy behind them concentrated most of the warrior squads and strong individuals. The 6th convoy was the rearguard, also heavily armed. Roughly speaking, the distribution was like this. So, at a glance, the 5th convoy was relatively weak and neglected. People were led around for a long time until they reached the interior of the convoy. There were cars in front, behind, left, and right. Everyone carried bedding and dragged luggage, bending over with difficulty to identify license plate numbers by the light of the headlights. Bian Changxi was in car 5-0523. Based on the sequential arrangement, it was easy to find. It was a military truck, but not the kind modified into a medical bay. It was a standard truck. In the front, there was just a driver and her. The truck bed in the back would hold 10 to 15 people, adjusted as needed. These people were ordinary survivors, with a set ratio of men, women, old, young, healthy, and weak. Sometimes, an ability user would be inserted, depending on the situation. On the road, these people would form a small collective. Bian Changxi thought to herself that the planners were quite thorough. But she also recalled that, initially, Yue Fushan had said he would only give her a seat. She thought she would be squeezing all the way to Sioux City with a group of strangers, eating and sleeping together. Now having a separate seat, and the passenger seat at that, was an upgrade. It was probably the military's appeasement policy. She identified the painted license plate and prepared to verify her identity with the driver. The driver would stay with the vehicle for the whole journey, so remembering the driver was as important as recognizing the vehicle. The driver also had a list of passengers for the vehicle to verify at any time, checking for stowaways or missing persons. Before she even reached the driver's side, a person suddenly popped up from beside the truck. You must be Miss Bian Changxi." Bian Changxi was startled. The place where this person had been squatting was too dark, and the person was dark too. The surroundings were noisy, so she hadn't noticed him at all. "Yes, I am." "Hesitai." The person laughed foolishly, revealing snow-white teeth. He rubbed his hands hard on his camouflage uniform and extended one. "I'm the driver of car 5-0523. My name is Zhang Bubai. If you need help with anything in the future, just ask me. I can do anything. Even if I can't, just tell me and I'll learn it as fast as possible." So enthusiastic. Bian Changxi stared at him warily. Zhang Bubai's smile froze. "You don't remember me. I'm the one you saved." He gestured as he spoke. "The one who got stabbed." Bian Changxi suddenly realized. "It's you. You're fully recovered." Zhang Bubai rubbed his buzz cut and laughed honestly. Recovered. I was fine yesterday. I can run, jump, and drive now. I thought I was dead for sure. Miss Bian, you really are amazing." Bian Changxi looked at him. At the time, his face had been covered in blood, and his hair was longer, not the close-cropped style he had now. She really wouldn't have recognized him if he hadn't said anything. He said, "It was hard to wash the dried blood out of my hair, so I shaved it off. It's cleaner to maintain. Miss Bian, let me help you with your luggage." His constant use of you, polite form, was overwhelming for Bian Changxi. "Stop with the you. Just call me by my name. By the way, wearing that outfit. Are you a soldier?" Zhang Bubai paused. "Sai, I just joined. I haven't even finished the 3 months of basic training. I was supposed to be granted the rank of private last week, but well, that didn't happen. So I'm not really a soldier yet." Thinking about this made Zhang Bubai feel stifled. Bian Changxi didn't ask further. Zhang Bubai put her luggage in the empty space in front of the passenger seat. The space was large, so she could still stretch her legs. He wanted to help her with her bag, but Bian Changxi shook her head. "I'll get it myself." There were people everywhere outside. Standing there would block the way. She tested the seat. It was quite comfortable. The backrest could be reclined slightly. "Miss Bian, you should rest for a while. Not everyone has arrived yet, and we have to wait for the cars in front to move before we can follow. It'll be at least until dawn. You don't need to sleep." Bian Changxi asked. "You have to drive all day tomorrow. You sleep. I'll wake you when people arrive." Zhang Bubai shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. Bian Changxi ignored him. She placed her backpack by her feet, reclined the seat, took off her coat, pulled a blanket out of her suitcase to cover herself, and closed her eyes. She was someone who liked and knew how to conserve energy. Seeing her sleep, Zhang Bubai carefully closed the car door and squatted by the truck to wait for the others. He felt joyful inside, like a stone had dropped from his heart. Being able to take care of his savior was great. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt at ease. Next time, he definitely had to thank the person who specifically gave him this opportunity. When Bian Changxi woke up again, a cannon boom echoed in her ears, followed by a long horn blast. She opened her eyes to see the sky was already bright. Zhang Bubai was sitting in the car too, but the vehicle was still stationary. Miss Bian really sleeps well, Zhang Bubai said with a smile, both envious and curious. The car had started and stopped earlier, bumping around, but she hadn't been affected at all. Such composure was something ordinary people couldn't envy. Meh. Bian Changxi sat up and looked out the window. Can't see clearly. The glass was covered in a layer of frost on the outside and condensation on the inside. She rolled the window down a bit, and cold wind immediately whistled in. Outside, the roar of trucks and engines mixed with loud shouting and loudspeakers, like 10 markets squeezed together. She was confused. Where are we? She checked her watch. It wasn't even 5 a.m. Then she processed what Zhang Bubai said and smiled. Sleeping is the simplest thing. You'll get it with practice. In her past life, she had suffered for years. Staying awake day and night to guard against zombies and mutant beasts was common. Her schedule was chaotic. Often, she could only snatch a few minutes of sleep while eating. Naturally, she had to sleep efficiently. Now, as long as she set her mind to it, she could sleep and wake at will, like clockwork. She felt she could rival the assassins in martial arts movies. She asked, "Where are we?" Zhang Bubai said with a grimace, "We haven't left yet. But the first convoy is getting ready to go. Listen to the horn." Oh. Bian Changxi leaned out to look again. Sure enough, they were still on the edge of the new district, just moved closer to the highway. The first and second convoys were already parked directly on the highway, forming a long, long dragon with no end in sight. At this moment, the cars in front moved again. Zhang Bubai quickly drove to fill the gap. After moving forward a bit, the view opened up, and Bian Changxi could finally see the head of the first convoy. Under the sky, which was turning from fish-belly white to greenish-black, the distant mountains and nearby trees were just silhouettes of varying depths. Amidst the slow sound of horns, the first convoy set off toward the distance, led by armored vehicles. Helicopters and fighter jets circled overhead for reconnaissance, tanks guarded the flanks, and patrol cars drove from the front to the back, then back to the front. Everything was orderly. Someone started it, and then a roar of cheers erupted from the convoys behind. Then, the second convoy slowly followed onto the road. They waited until the first convoy was nearly a kilometer away before moving to follow. Bian Changxi blinked and sighed with emotion. This reminds me of immigration. Hundreds of thousands of people. Once they leave, it's for a lifetime. As she said, many people outside were weeping, gazing into the distance at their hometowns, at the direction where their parents and relatives were buried. This departure was for a lifetime. They would never return. The departure of convoys of nearly 100,000 people each, from the first car moving to the last car leaving, was a massive and lengthy process. From the dim dawn to the rising sun, and then until the earth began to heat up, it was finally their turn. Zhang Bubai tightened everything that needed tightening and stuffed everything that needed stuffing. He stuck his head out and shouted to the people in the truck bed, "Sit tight. We're moving." The truck roared to life, moving from the dirt slope onto the highway. The fifth convoy also had aircraft and tank escorts, but not many. There were none near them right now. The wide road allowed 3 vehicles to drive side by side, leaving plenty of space. There was no car to Bian Changxi's right, so she could see all the way to the horizon. But there wasn't much to see, mostly desolate, abandoned scenes with no sign of human habitation. The sun shone into the car, and she felt hot, so she took off her jacket. Inside, she wore a short-sleeved shirt suitable for outerwear. She didn't need to change her pants or shoes. They were her daytime outfit anyway. She had endured the cold earlier, without wearing thick pants to avoid the awkwardness of changing in the car. Having just slept her fill, she didn't want to sleep again for now. She chatted with Zhang Bubai for a while, finding him to be honest and not prone to nonsense. So she began practicing her ability in the car. She spread a piece of clothing on her lap and scattered some slender pebbles she had picked up from the stream in the space. Then she released an extremely thin vine to wrap around the stones one by one. Wrapping wasn't enough. She had to control the vine to tie knots. The pebbles were so smooth, and their centers of gravity were hard to find. To tie them, tighten the knot, and lift them without slipping required a lot of effort. Patience, care, and precise control were all essential. Previously, when Bian Changxi wrapped things, she relied on the speed of the vine's release, its roughness, and the rotation of her hand at the base to whip it around. It was almost like cracking a whip. But could you ask a whip to slowly tie a knot by itself? This was like holding one end of a rope and trying to write words on the ground with the other end without moving your hand. Vines were naturally different from whips or ropes, but her control over them wasn't very strong either. Her control was strongest at the moment of release. Afterward, the vine was essentially a dead object. How could it be obedient? The thin vine Bian Changxi released was delicate and cute, its green shell seemingly transparent, with a wisp of unknown red light flowing in the center. When first released, it swayed with the wind, its luster beautiful. But soon, the luster dimmed, losing vitality bit by bit, slowly turning into a normal vine found in nature. Bian Changxi also slowly lost her connection to it. She hurriedly infused energy, and the vine became lively again. She controlled it to approach a pebble, pass under it, and then curl up. These steps weren't hard. The hard part was making the tip return and tie a knot. She silently used her will to spur it and energy to drive it, using all her strength to make it reluctantly circle around and form a knot. Tightening it was also difficult. Her hand pulled on this end, but the other end was suspended in the air. She had to pour energy into it to make that end pull itself tight. The knot was sloppily tied, but as soon as she lifted it, the pebble fell out. Bian Changxi exhaled and wiped her forehead. She was actually sweating. She smiled bitterly. She had indeed overestimated herself. She put away the pebbles and switched to a chopstick broken in two. She continued the process. From taking 2 minutes to tie the chopstick to 1 minute to half a minute. From stiff and rigid to relatively smooth and natural. From loose and sloppy to basically tying a firm knot. From resting for several minutes after each attempt to just needing a moment to catch her breath. Finally, she lifted both pieces of the chopstick at once, revealing a relieved smile, only to realize she was drenched in sweat. Her left hand, in particular, was pale and trembling. Zhang Bubai asked worriedly while driving Miss Bian, "Are you okay?" Bian Changxi rubbed her left arm. Aside from the energy consumption, her hand had been suspended in the air the whole time. Due to the exertion, her muscles were stiff and incredibly sore. "I'm okay." "Wait, it can't be. Is it already 10:30? She had started just after 8. "Yeah." More than 2 hours passed in a flash. "Miss Bian, I feel tired just watching you. Take a break. I really didn't expect you ability users to have to train so hard." Zhang Bubai was actually envious. He wished he had an ability that required hard training, even the lowest tier. He didn't know if abilities had tiers or which was the trashiest, but unfortunately, he only had a set of moderately developed muscles. Once Bian Changxi relaxed, she felt famished. Her ability energy was completely depleted, so naturally, she didn't dare continue. She dug out a bottle of mineral water and a custard pie from her bag. Just as she was about to eat, she looked at Jiang Bubai and gave him a custard pie too. Eat something. You've only had a steamed bun since this morning. And that bun was smaller than her fist. It was as hard as a rock. Just looking at it made her teeth ache. He hadn't even spared a sip of water. She wondered if that bun would hurt his stomach or if he could even digest it. Jiang Bubai was flattered. How can I accept this? He hesitated, but couldn't refuse the small bread that was only a mouthful for him. He thanked her repeatedly, but hid it like a treasure in the side pocket of his travel bag by the seat. I'm not hungry yet. I'll save it for when I am. Bian Changxi didn't say anything more. She ate something, then curled up in the chair and slept. Having consumed so much energy, she felt quite exhausted. Wake up, practice. Practice, eat. Eat, sleep again. Bian Changxi spent 2 days in the car like this, 2 boring yet fulfilling days. By the evening of the second day, she could finally tie 3 pebbles in a row without dropping them. Her skill in controlling vines and utilizing energy had reached a new level. She also discovered that the wood energy in her body had increased, bringing her closer to the peak of Tier 1. The only dissatisfaction was that she relied on natural recovery to replenish her energy over the 2 days. Using crystal cores to recharge would have pained her too much, but natural recovery was simply too slow. As she improved, she felt more and more that her energy was insufficient. At this moment, the convoy had stopped for a while. An administrator walked along with a loudspeaker, announcing that they were setting up camp for the night. Bian Changxi got out of the car to stretch her limbs. Looking around, she saw a wide national highway. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, there was a large expanse of paddy fields by the road, stretching to the foot of a mountain. However, the land was dry now, and the rice had withered. Not far away were a few houses. To the left was a sparse forest, seemingly of fir trees. It seemed they would spend the night in the fields and woods. The terrain was flat and open, a good place. The warrior squads took the lead, dismantling guardrails to let tanks, trucks, and engineering vehicles, the big guys, drive into the fields to form a defensive circle. Others spread out to guard, and several warrior groups focused on searching the houses and the woods. By the time all dangers were cleared, more than half an hour had passed. The vehicles on the highway then drove into the fields one by one. After another hour of busy work, the camp was finally set up. Basically, everyone was settled, and the sky had turned dark. People divided into groups, gathering firewood, lighting fires, setting up pots to cook. Smoke rose from the open ground. People sat around bonfires eating and chatting, bringing some human vitality to this wasteland. This was the first time they camped out. Yesterday, because they hadn't found a suitable place, almost everyone had stayed in the cars in formation for the night. Camping for the first time, everyone was a bit excited. Some even sang love songs amidst the hardship. Eating, talking, singing, setting up tents, the atmosphere was good. Bian Changxi didn't intend to join the collective. She leaned against the car, eating her canned longan and mixed grain porridge spoonful by spoonful, her eyes scanning everywhere. Jiang Bubai was waving a hammer and axe, tinkering with some wood he had chopped during a break yesterday. Suddenly, Yang Xiaowen walked over, swaying her hips. Miss Bian, how is it? Are you used to this? Everyone recognized the beautiful administrator of this section and quickly greeted her. The men, in particular, immediately perked up, smoothing their hair and straightening their clothes. Some even hurriedly picked the sleep from their eyes, striving to present their most perfect side. Unfortunately, after 2 days of travel with barely enough water to drink, let alone wash their faces, their images were really not much to look at. Although Yang Xiaowen's eyes held disdain, she clearly enjoyed being respected and chased after, responding with charming smiles. Bian Changxi bit her plastic spoon, suddenly feeling the porridge was tasteless. She smiled and said, "It's fine. Thanks for your concern." Yang Xiaowen leaned in, covering her mouth with the back of her hand, and whispered, We have a luxury car over there with an empty row of seats. You can lie down, and there's air conditioning. If you need it, just ask me." Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes. "Such enjoyment. I'm afraid I can't afford the fare." "Sai, what are you saying? Why would I ask you for fare? You're so capable. A casual move from you saves a life. How much is a life worth? If Miss Bian has the heart, you could be one of the few most comfortable people among these hundreds of thousands." She suddenly changed her tone, looking at the truck and shaking her head. "The military is too unkind, assigning you such a spot. By the way, I heard saving people consumes a lot of energy. Did the military give you any subsidies like crystal cores?" Bian Changxi glanced at her. Yang Xiaowen laughed. "Look at me, why bring that up? Miss Bian naturally has her own judgment. All right, I have things to do. If you think it over, come find me." She sashayed away, leaving a trail of fragrant wind. Bian Changxi poked at her porridge, thinking to herself. Many people felt she wasn't valued by the military. Otherwise, she wouldn't be stuck in this corner, sitting in a truck, carrying ordinary people. In reality, it was because she hadn't accepted the military's offer yet. Otherwise, she could have gotten a seat in an air-conditioned car. But then again, one of the few most comfortable people among hundreds of thousands, the military couldn't give her that kind of special treatment, and Yang Xiaowen's group definitely couldn't afford to provide it either. Really, even if she wanted to join someone, would she choose them? Was it interesting to dangle bait in front of her every day? Before she could finish her grumbling, she heard loud laughter. Like everyone else, she looked toward the sound. Wei Xiaodong was clutching a green crystal core and laughing loudly. Wei Xiaodong was in car 5524, the one right behind, and also in the passenger seat. Seeing Bian Changxi look over, she glared at her triumphantly, then said to the driver beside her, "This thing isn't easy to get. You're willing to give it to me. Heh, good things should go to the right person, right? If you like it, take it. Buying a smile from a beauty makes it worth it." The two laughed even more happily. Soon, they had their arms around each other. The sky was already dim. Bian Changxi saw the man smiling lecherously as he slipped his hand into Wei Xiaodong's clothes. Hugging each other, they slowly moved toward the car. Bian Changxi sighed. She looked at Zhang Bubai beside her, who was buried in his work with no distractions. She thought to herself, "Thank goodness I was assigned to a car with this honest and dutiful Zhang Bubai. If it were the driver behind them, she would have been disgusted to death." Zhang Bubai nailed the last part, tested it, and presented the freshly made item to Bian Changxi like a treasure. "Miss Bian, look. Is it comfortable to sit on?" Bian Changxi looked. It was actually a folding stool, made very cleverly. The seat was made of strips of military canvas nailed together, very sturdy. No wonder you were chopping wood and collecting torn canvas. It was for this. For me. Thanks. Zhang Bubai scratched his head and smiled. You have to stand whenever you get out of the car. There's nowhere to sit. So I thought I'd make a stool. I'm glad you like it. Bian Changxi sighed again at how different people could be. To return the favor, Bian Changxi waved her hand and produced a can of 8 treasure congee. She knew that Zhang Bubai's food rations were meager. He got 1 steamed bun for breakfast and dinner, and a bowl of rice with 2 small dishes for lunch, all packed into a flat meal box. To her, it seemed like far too little for a strong young man like him. She couldn't interfere with the military's distribution, but for the sake of his honest and agreeable nature, and for the safety of her ride, she wanted to help him out. Unfortunately, the man had a strong sense of pride. One wrong move, and it would become awkward for both of them. She complained silently to herself, is pride really more satisfying than a full stomach? As expected, Zhang Bubai shook his head and waved his hands in refusal. Bian Changxi smiled and said, I know you didn't do it for this. Here's the thing, I have a few friends, and I'd like to get a few of these stools for them too. It takes effort for you to make them, so I can't just let you work for free." Only then did Zhang Bubai accept it. Bian Changxi rolled her eyes discreetly. Was being a good person ever easy? She then searched her mind for which friends she could give the stools to. After a moment's thought, only Chen Yisha and Lin Rongrong came to mind. What she didn't know yet was that this small act would secure a little side business for Zhang Bubai, finally making his life a bit easier. Time slowly ticked by until 7 o'clock. Everyone gradually went to sleep. After all, it had been a long, hard day, and they had to travel again tomorrow. Bian Changxi still slept in the truck. She didn't have a tent, and even if she did, she was too lazy to set one up. Zhang Bubai, however, managed to find a spot in a tent set up by the men in the truck bed behind them. With only herself left in the vehicle, she drew the homemade curtains, covered herself with a blanket, and listened to the chorus of snores rising and falling outside. The bonfire crackled, and a sea of stars stretched across the sky above. The patrol guards on night watch circled the perimeter with torches, occasionally blowing a whistle to signal that all was well. Everything was so peaceful, but Bian Changxi didn't dare let her guard down. Nights in the apocalypse were the most dangerous, especially in an outdoor camp like this. If danger struck, there was nowhere to run. The lack of organization meant that a panic could easily lead to a stampede, crushing people to death. In times like these, one's own vigilance was paramount. Still, she managed to sneak into her farm space once. After investing a large number of white crystal cores over the past few days, the flow of time inside the farm was, as she had hoped, getting closer to the outside world. The vegetables were growing bigger and bigger, looking crisp and delicious. Soon, they would be ready to harvest. The chickens and ducks were also alive and well. Even more delightfully, 2 of the hens had started laying eggs. She decided she would start collecting some straw tomorrow to build a nest for them to hatch their eggs. She piled up all her food supplies and took stock, excluding the 2 large bags of raw chestnuts. Eating normal-sized meals, she had enough food to last herself a full 20 days. But there was no telling how long it would take to reach Sioux City base. The higher-ups had said it would take a week, but that couldn't be trusted. At first, they had said 3 days, and now 2 days had already passed while they were still crawling through a wilderness. The massive convoy required a great deal of time to set off and settle down each day. All sorts of unpredictable accidents could happen on the road. Sometimes, just a few broken-down vehicles could halt the entire group's progress. They simply couldn't pick up speed. In her past life, she had heard Bian Quang say their journey took nearly half a month. A strong sense of food crisis prompted her to plant more cabbages and greens. She was glad she had grabbed a few potatoes and sweet potatoes from the supermarket back then. She cut them into pieces and buried them directly in the soil. These were filling crops. Given that all the fruits she had planted, even the kiwis and bananas, had sprouted, the soil in her farm was practically invincible. It could grow anything. So there was no need for any special techniques. She just buried them. While she worked, she had to pop out every now and then to check on the situation outside. Darting in and out like a thief, she was soon covered in sweat. Finally, she finished her work. Lying back on the seat to catch her breath, she let out a silent, happy chuckle. What was that saying about having grain in your hands and no panic in your heart? Feeling utterly content, she closed her eyes, her mind already planning to find another chance to raid a few more large department stores and supermarkets for more industrial goods. She drifted in and out of a light sleep. Sometime around midnight, a blood-curdling scream suddenly tore through the night sky. Her heart leaped in alarm. She sat up, pulled open the curtain, and saw that something was happening over by the woods. She threw on her clothes and got out of the truck. Everyone, whether they were huddled in their vehicles or lying on the ground, was startled awake as if by a tidal wave. All eyes turned toward the woods, watching the flashes of gunfire and listening to the increasingly urgent shouts and screams, punctuated by the roars of wild beasts. As everyone shivered and murmured amongst themselves, an administrator appeared out of nowhere. This time it wasn't Yang Xiaowen, but her colleague, a man with glasses. Everyone, do not panic. It's just a small incident. Commander Chayu and his excellent soldiers will handle it. They will provide us with a safe environment to live in. They will protect us. And what we need to do is... He went on with a passionate, rambling speech. Bian Changxi figured this guy was a plant sent by the military, specifically to sing their praises and build up their great image. The crowd calmed down a little. After a while, the gunfire from the woods suddenly intensified. There was a flurry of shouts to fight and kill, seemingly mixed with the sounds of an argument, before everything went silent. The communications team sent someone over to report that a few mutant beasts had been killed. But immediately after, several military-looking men hurried over. "Which one of you is Miss Bian Changxi?" Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow and answered loudly, "I am." "Could you please come with us? Someone is seriously injured and needs your help." Bian Changxi noticed they all had bloodstains on them, but their posture was imposing and their eyes were righteous. The insignia on their shoulders indicated they were at least captains. She agreed, all right. They didn't walk far. At the very front of Convoy 5, there was a large tent. A massive piece of equipment squatted at the entrance. Bian Changxi looked closer and realized it looked like a solar-powered generator. As her eyes were fixed on it, she suddenly collided with someone who had just stepped out, stumbling back 2 steps. A large hand gripped her shoulder, steadying her. She looked up. Gu Shu. Gu Shu's face was ice cold, and he was covered in blood. A flash of restrained pain crossed his brow. The moment he saw her, he grabbed her and pulled her inside. "Come in." Bian Changxi instinctively tried to pull away but failed. The first person she saw upon entering was none other than Su Chenxi, who was slumped on a stool, trembling. She clutched an arm that was streaming with blood, and her expression was deeply unsettling. Su Chenxi lifted her head and looked over with eyes like a ghost's, filled with a storm of negative emotions. Self-blame, guilt, relief, and madness all tangled together. Even Bian Changxi, who had seen all sorts of strange people, couldn't help but feel a chill. Looking closer, it seemed Su Chenxi wasn't looking at her at all. Her focus was unfixed, lost somewhere in the distance. What on earth happened to her? Bian Changxi wondered, astonished. Then she saw, on the other side of the tent, Wu Dalang collapsed in a chair, his facial muscles bulging and crimson as he endured excruciating pain, sweat pouring down his face. Xiao Yun anxiously circled around him. Shadow and a few other soldiers and ordinary people stood like guards, their stances fierce, glaring at everyone as if they were enemies. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun and Gu Pei were bent over, tending to the wound on Wu Dalang's leg. Xiao Yun's face lit up with pleasant surprise. "Miss Bian, you're here. Come take a look at old Wu. That guy named Lu said he needs an amputation." Gu Pei quickly made way. Bian Changxi hurried over and looked down. A hand's breadth above Wu Dalang's right knee, blood was gushing out. The entire leg was bent at an odd angle. Xiao Feng had tied a strip of cloth tightly above the wound and was pressing a towel against it, but it wasn't very effective. The bleeding wouldn't stop. Without a word, Bian Changxi placed her left hand over the wound. The moment her wood ability made contact, she gasped in shock. He was injured by a space blade. Wounds caused by a space blade had a unique characteristic. The affected area would feel completely empty. It might not be visible to the naked eye, but for a wood element user, it was incredibly easy to identify. Gu Shu stood behind her and instead of answering, asked urgently, "Can you heal it?" Bian Changxi shook her head grimly. "It's basically already amputated." The space blade shot straight through the middle, completely severing the femur. Only a little skin and flesh on the sides are holding it together. The nerves are definitely damaged too. With my current ability, I can't heal it completely. But that doesn't mean the leg can't be saved. Her first words had plunged everyone into despair, but her last sentence reignited their hope. So you're saying it can be healed? Inside the tent, those not part of Gu Shu's group reacted differently. Some were happy, some shocked, some frowned with gloom. In the sections separated by a cloth divider, Lu Xiaoyang, who had just finished amputating another patient's limb, had the most exaggerated reaction. In his excitement, he charged out wielding a chainsaw. Bian Changxi wasted no time. She pulled a tier 1 crystal core from her pocket and said, "Straighten his leg. I'll do my best to make the ends of the bone and flesh heal together, but this kind of healing is very fragile. He'll need a wheelchair afterward, and the leg must be immobilized. Also, I don't know what will happen with the blood vessels and lymph nodes. The lower limb might atrophy or swell. It's all unpredictable." This was different from Zhang Bubai's case, where a steel rod had pierced his chest. Zhang Bubai had been lucky. There wasn't much tissue damage, making it easy to repair. But Wu Dalang's entire leg was severed. With extreme difficulty, Wu Dalang forced out the words, "Don't bother. Just saw it off." Bian Changxi shot him a glare. "I only said I can't heal it now. You have to save this leg, no matter what. In half a year, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely give you back a healthy, functional leg." Hearing her say this, no one had any further objections. Gu Shu personally helped Xiao Feng lift Wu Dalang's leg and adjust its position. However, as Gu Shu squatted down, his body faltered for a second. Bian Changxi glanced at him and took a light breath. She pressed her left hand, holding the crystal core, directly onto the wound. In an instant, a radiant green light formed a ring, locking around the injury like a protective shield and rapidly seeping inside. Wu Dalang's body tensed violently, but after a moment, he slowly relaxed, and the pained expression on his face eased. Most of the people present had never witnessed Bian Changxi use her healing ability before. They watched with rapt attention, their faces a mixture of expressions. A few people who had arrived at the entrance also stopped, remaining silent. After nearly 10 minutes, Bian Changxi slowly withdrew her hand. "Immobilize it. Just like you would for a normal fracture. At first, the entire leg has to be kept straight. After a few days, once it has healed a bit on its own, it can be bent." Lu Xiaoyang immediately waved for a nurse to fetch the necessary wooden splints and bandages. He looked at Bian Changxi excitedly. "You can even do this. It's incredible." He knew that even with full medical facilities, amputation was the only option for such an injury. He had discussed it with Bian Changxi before, so he had a rough idea of the limits of her ability. He never expected her to surprise him again. This was even more astonishing than when she saved those other severely injured people, because their lives could have been saved on an operating table if conditions had allowed. Bian Changxi wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to speak, but jumped in fright. "Dr. Lu, don't you think your look is a bit too brutal?" Lu Xiaoyang gave an embarrassed smile and put down the bloody chainsaw, his eyes filled with wonder as he looked at her. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause sounded. The person at the entrance walked in. "Miss Bian, your ability is truly astonishing.